Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss a very important subject which is related to our country, our tax regime, and it is about GST. GST have been implemented since 2017, but still there is a lot of confusion. There are a lot of new business people who have joined the fray, and we thought that it is important to explain the GST and how it is calculated once again. So in today's session, we will be discussing global goods and services tax, how it functions, and we will also discuss the legal aspect, the legal implications of something new which has happened from 1st April 2021. Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Hello friends, let me introduce my guest today. His name is Jeet Bhatt. He joins us from Ahmedabad. He is a very popular, very intelligent advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. So without further ado, let me present Jeet to you. We will be discussing about GST today in our show.
Hello, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me on this show. Hi, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me on this show.
Yes, pleasure is ours. I think, Jeet, what we are looking for today is from the legal standpoint. Uh, First of all, I think many people don't understand the GST when it was implemented, and there has been a lot of confusion. So you can actually clarify the GST laws and also how it is beneficial for everyone, how it is beneficial for consumer as well as for the retailer as well as for the stockist and manufacturers. Over to you, Jeet.
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, before starting with GST, I may just give you a brief background of what are the taxation system or the tax regime in this country. Basically, tax is either a direct tax or an indirect tax. The direct tax examples, if I may give you, is that the income tax, which the person is paying directly to the authority imposing the tax. So income tax is a form of a direct tax. Also, what is known as the securities transaction tax, which is known as the security transaction, which is involved in stock trading. So that is the another form of a security transaction tax, which is directly paid to the authority imposing tax by the individual. And the third is the capital gains tax. These three components, capital gains tax is again could come from the sale of property or from investments that is on their return. So capital gain can be long term or short term. So income tax, security transaction tax, and capital gain tax form the direct tax system. And similarly, the other is the indirect tax. So they are imposed on income and profits, and their indirect tax are levied on goods and services. So the GST regime, which has been implemented from 1st of July 2017, is a form of an indirect taxation system in India. Now, along with GST, there is also known as customs duty, which is levied on purchase which is made from a foreign country or it is imported. Then the importing agency has to pay the customs duty on it. And the third form of an indirect taxation is the value-added tax, which is a type of consumption tax imposed on products whenever its value increases throughout the supply chain. So it is imposed by the state government, which also decides the VAT percentage on different goods. So these three sort of systems are indirect taxation, that is GST, custom duty, and value added tax. But before the GST regime, and I will also point out how this GST regime came into existence. But before the GST came into existence in 2017, there were several central taxes as well as state taxes levied on the goods and services. And there was not a one regime, which is now been replaced by the GST, which says one nation, one tax, and one regime for the entire taxation on goods and service. But before GST, the central taxes were the central excise duty, the additional duties of excise, the additional duties of custom, the special duty of custom, special additional duty of custom, the service tax, the cesses and surcharges, insofar as they related to supply of goods and services. So these were the so many central taxes which were charged on goods and services. And there upon them, there were also state taxes like VAT, the central sales tax, the purchase tax, luxury tax, entry tax, entertainment tax, taxes on advertisement, taxes on lotteries, betting, gambling, state cesses and surcharges, and insofar as they related to supply of goods and services. So these all different forms of indirect taxes are subsumed and are now become one GST tax regime. So therefore, this regime clearly makes one nation, one tax regime. So it eliminated a host of indirect taxes such as what I mentioned before. And therefore, it is certainly a very beneficial system in this country. Now, how this came into effect and when it started, when the talk started, was that in the year 2000, the government first set up a panel of drafting committee for drafting the goods and service tax law. But it took 17 years for the law to evolve, and it was finally implemented on 1st July 2017. But why it took 17 years is because it was not easy to bring, because it required a constitutional amendment before the GST Act could be implemented, as certain aspects of state tax and central tax, which are in the state list and the central list of the Constitution. So it required a constitutional amendment, and a constitutional bill was presented first on 22nd March 2011 in the Lok Sabha to operationalize the GST and enable the center and state to make laws for levying of GST. But however, the bill lapsed with the dissolution of the 15th Lok Sabha. And thereafter, on 19th December 2014, the Constitution 122nd Amendment Bill 2014 was introduced, which was subsequently passed in the Lok Sabha. And thereafter, in the Rajya Sabha, it also passed on 3rd August 2016. So since thereafter it became the constitutional amendment was accepted, and on 2017 we had the GST Act, which was implemented from 1st July 2017. So now let me speak about the effect by giving an example how this benefits, because as as I already pointed out, that there were several taxes which were levied by the center as well as state, and they had a cascading effect, which is also known as tax on tax. So which ultimately resulted into the cost of the product or service being increased exponentially, because you are paying taxes on taxes. Now this is being done away by this GST regime. And to understand, let us take an example of say production of a t-shirt. So for production of a t-shirt, first the manufacturer will have to buy raw materials. So initially, before the GST regime, the manufacturer would have to pay VAT on the buying of raw material. Now, then he would manufacture in his factory, and suppose the buying raw material costed rupees 100, and say, for example, the tax of VAT was 10% on that state, then he would be paying 110 rupees, as 10 rupees as tax and 100 rupees on the raw material. Now he would manufacture the t-shirt, which would cost him, say, rupees 40 per t-shirt. So there on the manufacturing, he would also have to pay VAT and excise. So now 110 plus 40, which comes to 150, he will have to pay VAT and excise, say again it is 10%. So that will again increase the cost from 150, if you calculate 10% is 15. So 150 plus 15 is 165. Now this 165 is includes tax on tax, because 165 also includes the 10 rupees of VAT which I paid on the buying of my raw material, as well as the 15 rupees of tax on manufacturing of the t-shirt. Now again, I will send this to the wholesaler or warehousing, who will again charge me VAT at the rate of 10%. So now the wholesaler will also increase its value by, say, uh, 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 boxing it or labeling it, and he would charge another 40 rupees. So on the entire amount, again, he will charge VAT. And then it will finally go to the consumer, who will get this at, say, more than rupees 200, 250. But now with this GST regime in place, what happens is this cascading effect of tax on tax goes away. So if 100 rupees raw material I buy and there is a 10% tax to be paid, and then I manufacture it, which costs me 40 rupees per t-shirt, but I don't have to pay tax on tax. So I don't have to pay at 110 plus 40, 150 plus 10%. I only have to pay on the amount which is increased. So therefore, it is an extremely beneficial system, where ultimately the cost of the good and services decreases. So this is the main advantage of this GST regime, which has been introduced from 1st July. And there are three components of GST. One is the IGST, CGST, and SGST. That's the central tax, the state tax. And in case of sales of goods or services between two or more or intrastate, then integrated GST is applicable. And if the sale is within a state or intrastate, then central GST or SGST, that is the state GST, are applicable. So these are the three components of GST which are applicable. And certainly, I would say GST is extremely beneficial, and it is better than the earlier tax regime which India had.
Well, Jeet, thank you for explaining this in very nicely and quite self-explanatory. And you have actually given an example of a T-shirt. So, for the benefit of the viewers, let me also summarize, saying that from manufacturing, in fact, even before that, there is a raw material being shipped out to the manufacturers, and then there is a process of a T-shirt, and then shipment of T-shirt, supply chain, and eventually it reaches the buyer. And when buyer actually buys it, he pays the entire tax, which is GST applicable on that product. Say if it is t-shirt, probably it is 18%. And now once the buyer pays 18%, then rest of the other entities which are involved in producing this t-shirt, their tax will be nullified, because the ethos of the government is that there will be no double taxation. And since tax has been paid once in the chain of events, then there is something called input credit. So I think my next question would be to understand this input credit more from you. Can you explain to our viewers what is this input credit?
Yes, Chandrakant. So input tax credit, which is also known as ITC. So for every purchase, there will be an input tax credit, but for every sale, there will be an output tax. So when the ultimately the purchaser purchases, uh, so that is ITC, which is known as input tax credit. When input tax credit is paid, it can be set off against the output credit. So what happens is there will be a lot of chain of sale and purchases, and ultimately this input tax credit can be set off against the output tax. So therefore, yes, those in the chain who are paying and getting the input tax credits will get this benefit of set off, and this is known as the input tax credit and the output tax, which benefit can be availed, and it's there in the software itself, where it calculates this and ensures that there is no double taxation, or there is no extra tax that is being paid, and the benefit of input tax is given to those who are having the input tax credit.
Excellent, Jeet. I think this is very good for businesses, because now they don't have to really worry about calculating multiple taxes. In the past they had to do, there is a sale tax in certain states, there is VAT in some other states, especially when you look at the medicines. The medicines are being produced in Tamil Nadu, but they are being sold across the country. And whenever there is a shipment transferred from one state to other, by the time they reaches a far flung points in the country, from Tamil Nadu to, say, for example, Rajasthan, they would have crossed multiple states. And every time they cross a border, there used to be an octroi. And that could have escalated the price of simple things like medicine to almost 300 to 400%. And I'm actually seeing this happening right now. The medicines which were, which we used to spend something like 2,000 rupees before 2017, now the same medicine costs one fourth, almost 500 rupees. So things like that, I think it is a good benefit for the citizens. Also, it also reduces the cost for the consumer, because when the businesses are not charging so much, and things are being done transparently, that means everything is being done digitally. There is nothing called extra burden of profitability on each product, because it will be very evident. Somebody is while the business has freedom to charge the premium, but they will be outpriced when it reaches the market, so nobody will buy expensive stuff. So I think things are being done very transparently. How much is the cost to business, how much profit they are making, how much GST they are paying, how much income they are making. So all of these things are digitally controlled now, and I think it's a great initiative by the government. But I think this is very complex stuff. From your point of view or your opinion, how this whole system across India with 1.2 billion billion population, how Indian government would have achieved it? Do you think they have some special systems installed?
The certainly it's a very challenging act to be implemented, and the government is doing its best to implement in the best way possible. And certainly there would be some teething problems also while implementing such a big initiative. But though there are problems, but I think the way they have managed to implement it is laudable. And I think they have these systems in place, checks and balances, and also the softwares and facilities that ensure that proper implementation is done of the act.
Yes, Jeet. In fact, there are some new changes also happening around GST. Not really around GST, but actually, how do you do your billing? The Indian government is now tying up with the global norms of standardizing various commodities, and they are codified. So I think from 1st of April, all businesses need to codify their produce, their offerings, and that number has to be present in your invoice along with the GST number. So the whole rule is that the GST number should be mentioned very clearly on your bill, and also your customer GST number should also be mentioned on the bill. Otherwise, government will not be able to give you input credit. So I think this is one thing that the businesses have to keep in mind while generating invoices. And there are also multiple schemes under GST. Would you have any view on different types of schemes which are there? Under which the businesses can register themselves?
Well, actually, what you said about the implementation from 1st of April, yes. So there is a 4-digit code uh, for those who are having less than 5 crore of turnover, and then 6-digit code for those who are having more than 5 crores of turnover. And that will have to be mentioned in order to ensure that the benefit of input tax credit is availed by the service provider, good and service provider. So they are coming out with a lot of different schemes, and I think they have streamlined the entire system quite a bit now, and it is being implemented in a very positive manner.
Jeet, there is different programs being run by government, and you have a. I mean, if you are below 1 crore or lower number, and if you are a retailer, then there is a scheme where you can actually have a composite GST scheme, where you actually do not collect GST from the customer. or if you are in a normal GST scheme, then when you raise an invoice, the GST is collected on the value of the offerings that you are giving them. So there are two different schemes under which people can register. When you are registered in composite scheme, then the onus of paying GST lies on the business. That is one thing. And I think for the benefit of viewers, I'll also like to tell you that if you raise an invoice, the GST has to be paid by 20th of the next month. And that is very important. Otherwise, government will basically charge some penalties on you. So I think we have learned a lot today, Jeet. Thank you so much for finding time and discussing this very important aspect of our society, of our business, because business is running the country and also generating taxes for state governments as well as for the central government to run our country itself. So thank you so much, Jeet, and we will catch up in the next episode of Legal Matters.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
Bye-bye. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International from UK, and more about them in a bit. However, if you want to go to know the details of Performance Works International, you can use the link in the description below. Have you ever wondered that why nowadays we don't get charger in our new mobile phones whenever we buy a new mobile phones? This is what we will discuss in our program today. My name is Chandrakant and you are at Akulmach Live channel. So charger is such a basic thing that we expect after spending so much money to buy the best mobile phone in the market. We expect a charger to be available and also the headphone for music and for making calls, etc., to be part of the standard accessory of our new mobile phone. And especially the upmarket mobile manufacturers have decided that they will not be supplying their mobile phones with any standard chargers. The reason they have given is that it is because to reduce the carbon footprint of their organization, which is valid. I think if I have to analyze this in totality, it appears to be a good move for the organization because they can reduce the amount of packaging required to ship out expensive mobile phones. But as a consumer, you expect that when you order a new mobile phone, you don't want to wait for the charger to come, because if the charger is not available immediately with your mobile phone, what is that you're going to do without a charger? You need to charge your mobile phone anyway, and you've already spent so much money buying this mobile phone. So I think the expectation of consumer is to get all the standard accessories along with your new mobile phone, and this is exactly what they have gone against. And I think it's a good move because from the organization perspective, they can actually give freedom to the consumer to buy the type of charger based on his or her need. They can actually go out and they are free to buy the type of charger they want to buy for their own requirement. But at the same time, when they actually buy their charger, and we want to evaluate this decision of these companies, I think as an organization, they may be able to reduce their carbon footprint, but overall, actually, it is increasing more burden on the mother nature. I'll exactly tell you why. When you get a new mobile phone, you expect that it comes with a charger, but now it is not coming with a charger. especially the top three mobile brands, they have decided that they will not be shipping any charger along with their mobile devices. So when you want to order, obviously you would like to order along with a charger. And when you actually order a charger, it will come with its own packaging and own shipment. And as you know that if you get the Amazon type of delivery mechanism, they will further repack the whole thing in a pillow pack, then put it in a cardboard and then give it out to you. So this small pack will look like now this big. So because of this, now you, instead of ordering one pack, and this charger would have neatly fitted inside the mobile box itself. For all these years it is happening, for last 25 years we have been getting these mobile devices along with our chargers, but now suddenly last year they decided that they will not be shipping the charger. So now, because the charger is not there, the overall experience of consumer is much bigger, and overall uh, experience or the threat on the mother nature is much bigger now. At the same time, if you look at the type of charger people use, it's basically dependent predominantly on the basis of the kind of devices they have. The other problem with this is that there is no standardization of the charge points, the chargers which are required for charging your mobile devices. And it is only few days back, in month of uh, October, that September, that the EU decided to standardize on USB uh, charger across the EU. So there is no standardization. So if you buy multiple devices from multiple manufacturers, you actually end up buying different chargers or having different chargers today for all of these devices. So there is no device, no charger standard for all of them. So you end up buying a charger with multiple cables so that you can charge your multiple devices. So that is again a big problem. So by having, I mean, as an organization, when you're trying to save the carbon footprint of your organization, you have to look at what is technically more viable, what is the overall impact. So in my opinion, the overall impact is can be reduced by adapting more standardized practices. That means standardizing your charge points so that any cable can be used to charge your iPhone, but iPhone has been having lightning port and all that, which is quite good quality, but it is not standard. So if you have Samsung device or some other device, first of all you need to have different chargers for these devices. So I think in order to save really the carbon footprint of their technology, they should actually standardize on the USB port, so that when they are not shipping chargers, they are saying that, hey, charge our devices using any charger of this rating or etc., whatever that is, 12 volts or whatever. So if you have a Samsung charger, you should be able to charge your iPhone device. So I think that is required. The other thing is that most of the people are going to go for wireless chargers. And when you actually go for wireless chargers, the device has to be kept on the pad of the wireless charging device, like this one, as you can see behind me. This is a charger which is charging wirelessly. There is no cable required. So some of the consumers will have freedom to buy a wireless charger of their choice. However, I have to point out that the wireless chargers are not really the most efficient charging mechanisms, because it's based on induction. That means the electric current has to induce or induce the current using electromagnetism into your mobile devices, which will be then converted into electricity, which will charge the battery which is on board on the mobile. So when you're doing all this conversion and all that, there is a little wastage of electricity, and as a result, this wastage will result into heat. And as an estimate, about 30% of electricity is wasted in the wireless chargers. So now what is happening is you are not giving charger, which is much more efficient, the usual cable charger. And then people are buying wireless chargers because it's much more convenient, but then it is actually increasing the amount of electricity required to charge the device. So it's not really helping. So yeah, I think overall you will be able to reduce your box size, and as an organization you will be able to reduce the amount of carbon footprint for your organization. But overall, it does not have any impact. In fact, by taking this decision, you are increasing the overall carbon footprint of people buying multiple devices. There is one more reason for doing this. The reason is that there is 30% more mobile devices the organizations can pack in one particular stack. So if one stack contains 100 mobile devices, now with reduced box size, because there is no charger now and there are no accessories, they can pack 30% more mobile devices. So they are actually doing a lot of cost saving, these small incremental cost savings, and thus they are saying that as an organization we are reducing our carbon footprint. So I think this is the logic behind not giving charger, especially in the upper market segment where there are the consumer is actually paying more to buy these good quality devices. There are no charger available. So I think this is something which I thought I will bring it to you. And before I go, I like to say big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Now I will end by giving a word from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live and I'm Chandrakant. Today we will discuss about cybersecurity and also how it impacts our kids, especially when our kids are joining their school sessions using their online channels that school has provided. Are they secure? Are they prone to any cyberbullying? Is their identity being compromised? There are a whole lot of questions. It's a very hot subject. To discuss this subject, we have a very special guest joining us from UK. Before we start our discussion, I have to tell you that you can point your camera onto this QR code and you will get instantly connected with our channel. This is a very user-friendly way to get connected without typing any web address or any code. So this is the latest stuff, and this QR code will be available throughout the length of this video. So friends, I'll be taking a very short break and will join back along with my guest. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. And today we have a very special subject to discuss. And we also have a very special guest in the studios, Mr. Naval Gund, who is also chairman of Mindfit Limited, joining us from London.
Hello, everybody. Hello, CK, and another wonderful start to the week. Beautiful sunny day here, despite the fact of all the trials and tribulations that we've had across Europe with and across America, of course, with these horrendous changing weather conditions. And I see you've had monsoon, CK, so it's pretty bad outside where you are as well.
It's pretty bad. A couple of buildings have collapsed. Some cities have been inundated by flash floods. The news coverage is horrific, actually.
Yeah, it's not good to see. Not good to see at all. So let's delve into a subject today. What subject shall we talk about that's important to you as a parent, maybe?
Well, I think the subject is about cybersecurity for kids, and specifically for kids because all the kids in the world today are actually glued on to their sessions, Zoom sessions or whatever sessions their schools are running, and they are actually joining online. And that is why cybersecurity becomes very, very important, especially with kids, keeping in mind kids' interests and also security, because I think as a parent, we should be worried about it.
Well, as it's a hot topic, you weren't short and slow off the mark in discussing or suggesting a topic there. And cybersecurity for kids, or cyber kids as I like to call it, is a really hot topic. And as you say, COVID has done one thing for the majority of children these days. And for those in education, they've been forced to educate at home. So the really good thing about that is that young people, even down to the age of 4 and 5 year old, are getting comfortable with using the internet. They're getting familiar with using these screens. Maybe it's Zoom or it's Google or it's whatever, Microsoft Teams or whatever it is. But teachers have been forced, really, the education system has been forced to utilize this media to help young people keep educated, keep this education flow happening. And the reason for that is quite simple, CK, isn't it? It's about you go to school every day, 5 days a week. I mean, some children go 6 days a week, but majority go 5 days a week, and it's repetition. You see your teachers, you see your friends, you build relationships, all of those soft skills that we take for granted. But actually, that's how we build those soft skills. We build those soft skills by practicing, by moving into those arenas. And another soft skill is resilience, personal resilience. And that comes from being able to think and not have bad feelings about it, or good feelings, actually. Because the best way we can learn is by thinking about it and doing things ourselves. So if I was to say to you, CK, cybersecurity for kids is all around resilience, what would that mean to you?
I think, Naval, resilience is required, undoubtedly. But I think when kids are using their online sessions, anyone can enter that session, or anyone can steal their identity and reach out to them without our knowledge, or probably misuse their identity. So I think it's very scary. I mean, the scenario itself gets very scary when we think of it. So I think resilience is important, especially when somebody tries to contact them, some unknown person trying to contact our kids. I think that is when the resilience predominantly play a role there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. And this is the thing that we don't like to tell our kids about. We don't like to tell them about the boogeyman, the people that they're going to have nightmares over. But the part about that is it is real life. We don't know, as you quite rightly said, we don't know who's coming into these chat rooms, that they're innocently walking into. In fact, I know lots of chat rooms that have been created around the world through the school, through the teaching capability, and they've been infiltrated by pretty despicable characters. And that's the problem. Of laws that are out there are not for the masses, as we would like to think, but they're for the minority. It's to keep the minority in check. You know, why do we have prisons? Well, we have prisons, for instance, because it's the minority of people that go beyond the law. Everyone else obeys the law. In the cyber world, as you probably may have read in the last few weeks, few months, and in fact, a few years if you've been involved, these social platforms are maybe trying to do a good job to clean up their act. And just like fake news, they're struggling to keep fake news out of the arena. But when it comes to kids, we raise the ante a little bit more. You know, those of us that have children, and maybe some of you have grandchildren, you start to think, well, we didn't have that in my day. You know, I'm 62 years old, you're into your 50s, and when we were young, I don't know about you, but I don't remember the back door being locked. It was typically open. You know, it was, you know, everyone on the street used to come in, particularly kids, because my mother was a pretty good cook. But the point is, there was a lot of social mobility in the street. And indeed, in some great areas today, that social mobility still exists. However, we've got this negative impact. And on the internet, unfortunately, it's accelerated and it's bigger. We've only got to look at recently, the England team got to the finals of the European Championships, and we lost on penalties. It was a great game, great tournament, but the point was we got to a final, which is the first time in 55 years, which is absolutely fantastic. It's a bit like getting to the Cricket World Cup every now and again. So, but what we've had is not a focus on social media and on the news of how great the team did and how wonderful it was, and you know, maybe next time we'll be a little bit better, but we're going to be far more prepared, and all of the positive stuff that comes out about that tournament. No, what have we seen? We've seen insults, we've seen racism, we've seen 3 black guys that miss penalties, that have been ostracized by a real minority of people on social media. And that's the problem. This is what we need to be helping our children be resilient over. Now, these are 3 guys, and they've come out really strong and together, and they've really galvanized the community to get after these racists and really eradicate it. But the problem is, your child may be 4 years old. Where are they going to be galvanized? They've only got you, really, to galvanize them, or their grandparents, or their aunts and uncles, because their friends have got no experience. They can't galvanize it. So what we've got to do is we've actually got to help young people see all the benefits of utilizing the internet and the social media platforms, because there are hundreds, but also make them think, make them become more aware, not in a be afraid arena, but be there with them, be there for them, take them through the process, work with them on a regular basis. And parents really are the only ones that can do that. Or elder siblings that have actually been through it, and their younger siblings will actually acknowledge the elder siblings because they look up to them, they respect them. But this is a really important arena where, just like you know, as a child, or as my children growing up, I remember my wife reading books to them before they went to sleep, and she'd read a chapter, and the three diddlies, as we called them, because they were all around about the same age, would be sat on the bed and they'd be listening to a chapter on Harry Potter. And there'd always be a cliffhanger at the end of every chapter. If you've ever read the books, fantastic reading. But like anything, you're building a relationship up with your kids. Now, Harry Potter, if you look at it from one side, was really rather nasty. You know, wizards fighting other people, turning people into rats and mice and rabbits and goodness knows what else. I mean, it is a magical fantasy world, but kids can deal with that. It's when it comes into the reality of life that we have to we've got to take them along that journey. We've got to help them and be completely open to their thoughts and their discussions. Because remember, it's not your journey, it's their journey. And the bottom line here, CK, is we really want young people to get the best out of the internet as possible and not be frightened of it. To experiment in a safe way, in a safe arena. And frankly, no matter what any other expert says out there, I've never seen this done better than through parents. Have you seen it done by, cybersecurity experts and maybe even teachers sometimes? I actually really do feel that unless the child has got a very strong bond with the teacher, like they've got with their parent, they're never really going to trust them to the extent that we need them to trust them in this particular arena. I've said a lot, CK, and you've been nodding along and smiling. So what are your thoughts? Have we touched some nerves here? Are we hitting the problem?
Neville, I think first thing that all school must do is implement a good cybersecurity solution, maybe a proxy solution, maybe a VPN, I don't know. But whatever I've seen is they don't have anything of this sort, and they are relying on public platforms. So public platforms are not secure enough. So I think that is one thing that the schools must do. And I think as a parent, that is the first level of security that I expect from schools to provide. Second is preparing the child. But it's very tough because we don't know where to start and where to finish, and we end up actually scaring the child. So I would like to ask you exactly, if you have done this before, I'm sure you have, what is the best method to inculcate resilience with regard to cybersecurity in our children? And that is my because I have lack of understanding, that's why I'm asking this from you.
No, it's a great question, CK, and like anything else, every child's different. But I'd like to go back to the point you made. And this is about, we make an expectation that the technology is secure. And what we need to be saying to all of these people in education, certainly all these people that are creating these child-friendly networks, that's what we expect as a minimum from you. So that's one thing that, as I say, I make an assumption that it's there, but you're quite right. Very rarely is there. They'll create a Facebook page. There's no security around that at all. Most people can get in quite easily, as you saw last week when your business page had been infiltrated by a hacker that wanted to get in. And you've also gone through the process of trying to prove to Facebook that you really are a nice person and it was you all along, but someone else has stolen your identity. They've actually come in through your front door. They've sat down at your dining table. They've had breakfast. They've stayed through dinner and expected tea. That's what we're dealing with here. This is someone you don't even know, maybe don't even like. You probably don't like them if they're going to barge in. And that's the issue we've nearly got to be preparing for. But like anything else, CK, you asked a really good question about how do we build this resilience? Where does it come from? Well, how do we build confidence? And these inner skills, soft skills, as a lot of people call them, are really only built through doing things on a regular basis. So this is where I'm saying about having that regular conversation with your child, but not scaring them. Some children actually need to be scared, but only you're going to know that with your child. You know, I used to love the Dracula films on TV. You know, there is nothing scary in the 1960 than a black and white, you know, you can hear the music in the background, dun, dun, dun. And there I am, peeking through my fingers at the TV, you know, maybe I should be watching this, maybe I shouldn't be watching it. My parents are not around, and that's the issue. My parents are not around, so I was doing things I shouldn't be doing. And that's what's going to happen. Now, it didn't affect me that much. I might have had a few sleepless nights and had some interesting dreams, but the reality of life, it didn't really affect me that much. But I asked the question, why didn't it affect me that much? Because I knew it wasn't real in the real sense of the word. It was almost like fake news. It was a film. It never really happened, and even if it happened, it was only in Transylvania. And that was it. You know, and it's only when directors have got a bit more lavish over the years, and now you have Count Alucard, and you even have Count Duckula, you know, so even Disney have made fun out of something that can be quite scary. And I think that's the issue. We need to engage with our kids. And interesting thing is, by engaging more with our kids, we actually find out who the hell we are, who we really are, what makes us tick. Do we care? Do we make time for our children, or do our children fit into the time in the calendar? You know, lunch times, just before they go to sleep. So, answering your question, I hope, has sort of scratched the surface and maybe hit a few nerves. And the other thing is, no one is the best parent in the world. We all aim to be. But like anything else, your style of parenting for your kids may not be the same style of parenting that other children have or need. So this is about, you can read lots of books. Dr. Spock had many, many books about it. You know, Dr. Zeus came along a little bit later and did The Cat in the Hat and all those types of books. And again, this is about teaching children how to be resilient in that they've got to experiment. I'll give you one example, CK. How does a child become resilient when they're learning to walk? I mean, you probably can't. I can't remember when I was learning to walk, but you can remember when your kids were learning to walk. You know, did they fall over and cry?
Well, I think it's by falling. I think that's the short answer.
Yep. But they fell over, and sometimes they hollered. And it didn't happen overnight either. You know, we're not going to make them cyber secure or, you know, brilliant people overnight. This takes some time. You know, typically to learn how to walk and feel confident walking, here's the word, confident, and be resilient when you, oh, no, didn't quite learn that well enough and I've toppled over, you know. And you can just imagine a baby toddling from side to side. And then that child gets really good at it and they start dancing. And we see it a lot on TikTok, and we see it on the GIFs that are out there. You know, you see some wonderful pictures of a toddler, you know, or a young child, probably somewhere about a year old. And there's one, do it like a boss, I think. And you've got this baby in nappies just sort of strutting down like the Godfather, you know? I mean, it's great fun to watch. But the point is that child's become resilient, super confident. Doesn't mean to say they're not going to fall over, though. But the thing is, when they fall over, what happens next? When your child gets themselves into a bit of trouble, what you want them to do, because they're experimenting, is to come to you and just say, what do you think about this? How do I get out of that? And that's building that relationship. So there's no easy way to do this. It's simple. The solution's simple, but there's no quick fix. You've got to build that relationship up with your child and create a network of security, because it's not just you and one of your children. It's your whole family, and it's your family network and your extended friends, and then that might extend to school. Hope that helps. Does that answer your question?
Yes, Neville. In fact, what has happened is that some of these platforms have identified this issue, and that is why the children are not allowed to create their email addresses. So usually what happens is, to access the school ERP solutions, you need an email address. And usually we have experimented with this, and I'm sure it's a common knowledge, everybody knows that it's the parent email ID that they are using. So we are actually creating email IDs for them with their name, but we are actually so that is one of the method. We create our own email ID with their name. Or the other method is, especially in Google, you can create a family, and then you can create a young children email ID which are less than 16 years of age. So once that is done, I mean, either of the options, if you have exercised, then you know exactly what they are doing with their system, because Google is capturing everything and recording it, and you can actually go and see what websites they have visited and all that. But I think the question still remains that how do you inculcate resilience with regard to cybersecurity? I think you are absolutely right. I understood what you're trying to tell me. That is that you have to spend time with them, tell them risks of any cyberbullying or cybersecurity related issue. And it's not a one-day job. You have to continuously keep doing it till the time they become resilient.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the interesting thing is when you get to the being a teenager, things, again, they change. Your body starts changing, your self-awareness starts changing, and again, your parents have to go with the flow. I remember we had three in the sort of teen arena, and two that were quite a bit older, ready to go to university. Now, that's a huge gap. When they're all quite young, maybe under 11, there's not so much of a gap. But in that teenage years, there's a huge gap. And then as they come out of those teenage years, maybe go to university, graduate, get a job, then the gap narrows again. So we've got this sort of concertina type of effect. Maybe you might call it a traffic jam, I suppose, in some respects, if you've ever been stuck in it, because you are stuck in it for a little while. But we do know that in the teenage years, we have a lot of self-harm. We have a lot of self-abuse. We have a lot of bullying, cyberbullying, not by people you don't know, but by people you do know. So the key here is this isn't just going to come from the nasty part of society that you can't see, because they just do it digitally and they never see you on the screen, and they're very clever and very good at it. That's one sect. But there's another thing about human behavior. I don't remember being called a bully at school. I don't think I was the bullying type in some respects, but there's a bullying all of us. And you can be nasty to somebody just in a few words that you say to them. Now, that can be on a text, or it could be face-to-face. And what we need to be doing is building that resilience up too. What do you really mean? Well, that's a bit nasty. I'm not your friend anymore. I don't want to be your friend. And we hear that, don't we? I mean, you're nodding away there, and you know that your children, because they're nowhere near teenage years, do say that. You're not my friend. I don't like you. And so we deal with that on a regular basis. And I suppose in some respects, that's a form of building resilience. It may not be the right resilience, but you, as a parent, again, if you have the conversation, you can build that discussion into a bigger issue and make it so that these future of your bloodline, of the country, of the economy, of the world, is actually going to grow up being good human beings, being respectful, being nice to other people, and doing the right thing. So this is the big subject, huge subject. And it all forms around that simple little word, resilience. It's not that simple. Resilience. 4 syllables, you know? And it's difficult to do. I have to be honest with you. It's the thought process is simple, but I'm not saying it's easy to do. It is quite difficult to do, because the other thing is what you're doing here is you're reacting to an issue, to a context. And how you react to that could be different depending on the context. So this is almost like building your own little scrapbook of, if this happens, I do that. If this other thing happens, well, I don't do that because that's just going to not be good. I'm going to do something else. And the interesting thing is, the 5 inches between our ears is more than capable of dealing with all of it. But it all comes down to being resilient, experimenting, seeing what's right and wrong for your own personal understanding. And as I say, it's just like learning how to walk. We fell over far more times than we actually put one foot in front of the other. And now we've just got to learn to do that again. But this time, we've got someone who can really help. And that is mum and dad. And that's the bottom line here. And you build from mum and dad, and you build into the family, and you build into your little private network, which could be your school friends, your teachers, and ultimately it's their family. So you can see how big this can go and how easy it can be done. This process is simple, but it's just hard to do it.
Naval, I think this is a very remarkable discussion we had today. I think 2 keywords that I learned. One is building confidence, which is also reducing the bully nature in your child, and also developing resilience and confidence. So I think this is something which will help all parents to fight the risk of cyber kids or cybersecurity among kids. So, Naval, thank you so much for finding time this morning and coming over to our channel and talking to us.
My pleasure, CK. And the point is, just go and enjoy yourself. You know, give your kids some freedom. Don't put a noose around their neck. But give them some checks and balances so that when they become adults, they're far more secure in their own skin. I mean, that's fundamentally what we want to be. We don't want insecure people. Insecure people basically means they're never going to do anything.
Thank you very much, Naval. I think these are quite good advices that you have given us today. But we will catch up with you tomorrow again with something more interesting.
Good to see you, CK. Enjoy, everybody.
Hello, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today we'll be discussing that how we can be positive and healthy during this COVID period. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today we will be discussing about how to be healthy and positive in this period of COVID. And we will be inviting our guest today, and she is being practicing a lot of things to remain positive. So we'll welcome Ritu Gupta. So how are you, Ritu? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine. Good morning to you. And I hope you're also staying happy, fit, and fine.
We are good. We are coping up with this pandemic, and now it's more than a year, and we are also waiting for our second dose of COVID vaccination. But
Yes.
then there is always a positive side, and we'd like to discuss how to be healthy and positive in this period.
Yes, Kanchan, it is very important that one should stay healthy, positive, and remain happy. Also, you have to remain active also. So I feel that there are certain lifestyle tips which one should need to follow to stay healthy during this pandemic. And it's something like, eating right at the right time, doing some kind of the physical activity, having adequate rest, and taking care of our mental health. And this not only improves overall health and wellness, but makes us more strong towards, dealing with various other diseases, whether it's COVID or something related with COVID. So it's very important, the lifestyle, one needs to just alter certain things from the lifestyle, adapt new things, think positively, because your mental health is directly involved with the other parts of the body. So it's very important that one should remain positive. And to remain positive, there are certain things that you can do. What makes you happy? Do whatever makes you happy, because time is not running now. We have ample time. So we can, restart our hobbies, do something which makes us happy, eat right. This is also very important, to eat right things and eat at the right time.
Well, yes, this is the requirement of the hour, because you have to be hydrated and you have to boost, you eat those kind of food which can boost your immunity. But I would
Right.
also want to ask you that now it's almost a year plus, and we are locked in our homes. So
Yeah.
how you really visualize the future? Maybe in 1 or 2 years, how you feel that the lifestyle, we can bring a change in our lifestyle, I mean. So what we can do, and you have mentioned a very good point, that is, you should take up those hobbies which you missed out when you were growing up. So let's discuss about this aspect of our lifestyle.
Kanchan, what I see that, what I read and what I see, and when I talk to people, uh, COVID is going to be here. It's going, since we all know it's going to be here, it's not going anywhere. So first of all, we have to accept that COVID is here, and we need to alter the lifestyle accordingly. And as per that, because vaccination, I'm sure everyone is going to get vaccinated, everyone must have taken the first dose, must be going for the second dose. So vaccination, I'm sure people are very much aware. People should know what are the things they should do and what are the things which they should not be doing, and as per that they should plan for their future. And as I was talking about hobbies, so there are certain things, everyone has got some kind of interest. So start the hobby part and see how you can convert your hobby into profession also. There are some people who are interested in baking, there are some people who love cooking and like music. So one can start improving on the hobbies. So one should improve the hobbies, become a professional in that, and then you can also start a small kind of business. And it's very important, you should know your target audience, your area, and start doing the same thing which you learn. Your hobby can become your profession also. So this way you remain busy also, and then you earn some money also. That's important.
Well, I think this is a very good time that we can strengthen our relationship with our family. We have children at home, and I think that is the best time we can interact. Otherwise, in good times, they were going to the school, so and we were going to our offices. But now this is a good time that we can interact. We can develop new hobbies which can benefit the children also. And now, while coming to kind of creating or taking up a new hobby, I had been hearing from my friends and my colleagues that they missed out painting, so they started taking up painting course, and they missed out a sculpture, or they missed out watching some movies. So I think this is a good way, and I think that making a timetable is very, very important because we all are at home. So would you like to really tell our viewers that how we should make a positive timetable to remain busy and be productive and be positive?
I agree with you, Kanchan, that there should be a routine in life, and every day there should be a timetable. One should follow the routine, and the routine should, in a way, be such that it helps you out physically, it helps you mentally also. So one should go for physical exercises. It's not important that you need to get out of your house, but you can do exercises by staying at one place only, whether it's jumping on the spot, walking on the spot, doing yoga, whatever it is. And as for the hobbies, yes, it is important to again restart your hobbies. Or if you do not have hobbies, I'm sure everyone has some kind of hobby, so why not re-inculcate something? People, they love reading, please start reading. Perhaps you may become some kind of a writer also. Perhaps you may write some good books also. And if you love watching movies, yes, why not? Please start watching lots of good movies, and perhaps you may become a film critic also, because people are writing their reviews online, and slowly they become professional critics also. So I think it's a very good thing. And one should really look out for the things which they really love, like painting. It's a very creative thing. At least it diverts your mind from negativity to positivity, and you whatever you have inside you, it's a platform that you can give out, you can give vent to your feelings and draw something nice, and people appreciate it, and you also appreciate your work.
Yes, it was a very good advice, and I feel that timetable should be like getting up early and taking up yogas, and do making a new dish every day. That brings happiness
Yes.
in a day-to-day life. So it was
Yes.
so lovely to really talk to you today, and we will be meeting again. I'm sure that that the viewers will be getting more insight and maybe rekindle the way they are living. And because Ritu, this pandemic will remain for a long time, so it is better to be accustomed and to not crib about this, because we are at home and we have to do new things from our own home only, because social distancing we have to follow now, or maybe 3-4 years more, right, Ritu?
I agree that we should have acceptance that this is going to remain. And yes, even if you are maintaining social distance, you are not away from your friends. You are just one phone call away. So call up your friends, call up your relatives, and the people who are living with you, your family. Develop, you can develop some kind of relationship with them, for them to getting along with you in your hobby. This is also teamwork. A family is it's teamwork. And start doing things, enjoy things, start cooking together. It's a fun. If family people, they cook together, it's fun. So I think it's a good time to establish communication and talking to people. You don't have to step out of your house, but then there are things you can do by staying at home. And I'm sure everyone is going to maintain social distance for some coming years till the time everyone is vaccinated. It is very important to take care of your health and to take care of other person's health also. This is everyone's responsibility at the moment.
It was so lovely to talk to you today, and we will be meeting again with our next episode with a wonderful topic. Till then, bye bye, and again, stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you. And you also stay safe and healthy. Thank you so much, Kanchan. Bye bye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this edition of our tips section. And I would like to draw your attention to major news which arose this morning, the whole of England, and because we are all connected with social media, so the entire world has seen it. But before we start discussion on this news item, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, it's international news. It was a highlight on BBC Breakfast News, and I'm sure it'll be on the World Service later on today. And what is it? I sent you the link. What is it? What is the news, do you think?
Well, I don't want to spill the beans, but since you asked me this question, I can tell you that there is a photograph of a person standing in a busy area, sort of a railway station or a bus station, and he's got something written on a placard which is hanging from his neck. So, but I leave it to you to explain it.
Well, it's really simple. What we hear today is there are no jobs. And even if there are jobs, what's the point of applying? Because there are so many people applying for jobs. And I go online and I put my CV through and I'd never get a response. When they do a recruitment fair, I turn up and I never get a response. We hear this all the time, and everyone says, oh, it's COVID, why bother? The point is, if you want a job, you need to go and get a job. It will not come and land in your lap. You need to network with people. You need to do something that other people perhaps aren't doing. So the common thing that people do today is they go online and they're trawling through all of the job sites and they're just applying, adding their CV that they've spent perhaps a couple of hours working on, and they just send it. Is there any reason? Is there any wonder why you're not getting a response? Because you're just a Me Too. You and I talk about Me Too businesses all the time. You need to be different. You need to be doing something different to get someone to think, actually, this is a person I want to interview. Not give a job to, this is the person I want to interview. And this person you mentioned that's got this placard, he was dressed up in his normal livery that he wears. He was on a cruise ship for many years, very senior position. And because of COVID, all cruise ships have literally, the cruise ship arena has condensed somewhat, contracted, perhaps even non-existent. His job was no longer available. Very senior guy, 63 years old, okay? Not 36, 63 years old. So he dressed himself up in his suit and tie, and he stood on Leeds City Station with a placard. Doesn't matter what it said on the placard. because he was handing out his CV. He was doing they call this a stunt. Why is it a stunt? Because not many people are doing it. But he wanted a job. He wanted someone to take notice. And the really good news is, not only did he land a job, not only did he get onto the local newspaper, because it's a stunt, it's something different, but he landed a dream job. He's now head of training for a chain of restaurants. So he's imparting his 63 years of knowledge, a lot of it gained in the cruise ship arena. So he knows about customer service, and he's working in a chain of restaurants. Well, what better? And this person hasn't got a plum in his mouth. He doesn't speak the Queen's English, if you like, and jolly good. He was a royal butler. That's his history. So he was really properly trained. Now he's imparting that to a whole new arena of not just the restaurant chain, but young and old people. This is how we do it. Copy me. Copy me, you'll get it right. Well, it's a fantastic story, okay? But it all started with someone doing something different. And how many times do you and I talk about do something different?
Well, the inspiration that I'm getting from this story, Naval, is that you have to shorten the curve. When you're trying for a job, you are, as you said, me too, and you are lost in the ocean of thousands of applications. Many years back when we used to advertise, like 20 years back, and there used to be fax machines, and we said that, hey, we need this kind of person to be employed with our company. The fax machine used to fail, after 50,000 CVs. And there is a human limit to how many CVs you can see, because the fax keeps coming and piling up in a trash box. So you pick up the first maybe 200 CVs, and rest 48,200 will go to trash. So that was a thumb rule. So only the first 100 or 500 CVs will be reviewed by the company, and rest of them will go in the trash box. So I think that is a thumb rule. You are actually doing it faster, better. So this person, who's a well-trained, well-traveled, Victorian English speaking, from nice pedigree, he's 63 years old, and he has shortened the curve. He has taken his message directly to the HR director of the company who has hired him.
Absolutely, he's shortened the curve. And the thing is, right, there is this phrase, right, the early bird catches the worm. I'm not quite sure whether it translates in India, but in other words, if you get up early and you do things early, then the worms are there. Your food is available. Breakfast is there. Go and get it. And the point is, go and get it. So the advice we can give to people today, okay, your fax machine, the first 500, and that's it, blocked off. So the early bird caught the worm. The one that literally took action early may not have been the best candidate, but it was the one with the right attitude. And I bet the first 10 you looked at more closely than the 490 that followed, because they were the first. That's the type of person you want to employ. And hopefully they've got the right technical ability that you can mold to be that great employee. So what advice can we give to people today? So based upon that inspirational story, what would you say, CK, to someone else that's looking for a job today?
Well, I think you need to differentiate yourself from the rest, and there are different techniques of differentiating. Maybe you should present yourself. Maybe you should go meet the person face to face. Maybe you should write a letter. There are many things. There are various ways of thinking out of the box and shortening the curve.
Yeah, there are various ways. And I think what we need to do is give people one way that we know works, one way that I know works. And it's a way that I suggested for over 15 years since speaking in universities and schools and in the education system around the world. Get your CV. Put a covering letter to it. Don't type the covering letter. Handwrite it. Make it very personal. Find out the person in the organization that you need to be sending that letter to. Don't apply online. Frankly, everyone's applying online. Keep doing it because you never know. If you're not in it, you won't win it. But do something different. Send a personal letter to the head of HR, the head of the department, someone who's influential in the organization. Tell them why you've seen the advert, or you haven't even seen the advert. This guy did not see an advert. There was no advert. He was the advert. He prompted a conversation. Were they looking for a head of recruitment or a head of marketing or a head of training? I don't know. I can't answer that question. But I know they weren't advertising. So that's the issue. Some jobs never get advertised. Here's an opportunity. Write to the people involved. Be personal. Be unique. Because I guarantee that is the early bird that will catch the worm, because you will spark something in the other person's thought process. They will respond to you because you've taken time out of the ordinary. You haven't applied online. You've taken personal time. You've looked at the organization. You've told them why you want to join them. You've given them your experience. They will respond to you. And the issue is here, if they don't respond to you, you don't want to work for them because they don't value people. So there's two wins here. The first win is if they respond to you, result. I can't guarantee you'll get an interview, but I think you're going to have a better chance of getting an interview than anybody else. The second thing is if they don't respond to you, bing, bing, big X. Do not approach that company. Alternatively, it gives you an opportunity to write to the chief exec and say, I wrote this very personal letter. I'm disappointed that this person couldn't even respond to me. And see what the chief exec says. Because they will not like that, I can assure you. If they're a leader, they will not like it. And the other thing is, if you don't get a response from the chief exec, it's not the first cross, it's not the second cross, it's 3 crosses. 3 strikes, you are out. And then you can go publicly, and say, these people don't even respond to personal letters. Why are you buying things from them? No. The world needs organizations that believe in people and they believe in you as customers. So you're going to be doing a great job for these customers that are out there. So there was a great phrase many years ago that was unfortunately a spitting image character. For those that don't know spitting image, I suggest you look it on YouTube because it's very funny. They take the mickey out of politicians, they make a puppet out of the politicians, and I can assure you it's not a very flattering puppet. It accentuates the negative side in individuals. And there was a person called Norman Tebbit in the UK government, in the cabinet, and he said, get on your bike. In other words, it's your responsibility. Go and do it. Don't just wait for something to land in your lap. It had a different connotation then, but get on your bike. Do what this guy did. Put a placard there. You can't stand in Leeds City Station if you're in India because it's a long flight, but you can do something similar.
Well, in fact, this has given me ideas, our discussion today. And the key here is to create a differentiation for yourself. And if you send your CVs, you will be lost in the thousands and thousands of oceans of CVs, and there's a chance that you may not be able to differentiate. So there is a method of building a presentation, sharing it about you to the person of the company that you want to get hired, or we can help you actually get interviewed with us. And that will be a great differentiation because you will stand out. Send this video to the company where you want to get employed. And that will be a clincher because now you're differentiating yourself.
Well, the interesting thing is we are doing that in a competition, as you well know, in the SOTI Awards. It happens to be Wednesday, I think. Yes. So normally we would have done a SOTI Wednesday, but this is the SOTI Wednesday. It's the Speaker of the Year Awards. And the thing is, here's an opportunity. Get involved. your video will be in front of thousands of employers around the world, and someone will employ you, just like this guy stood on Leeds city centre, right in the middle of the railway station with a placard. We're doing the equivalent for you. We're not making it hugely easy because you've still got to do all the work, but we're giving you a platform where it can go. So rather than stand on platform 9 of Leeds City Railway Station, you can sit on our platform. There's a bit of a plug that we didn't even think there was coming out of today, but it is about uniqueness. It is about you selling yourself. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. But frankly, this person at 63 years old did something different. Why don't you?
Absolutely.
Don't give us excuses.
Absolutely, Naval. I think this is a very good message that, or a tip we are giving to a lot of people in the industry. They have to differentiate themselves. They have to find out the ways of doing it. Thank you very much for giving your time to us today. I think this tip will be very useful for a lot of people.
I hope so. Early bird catches a worm. Don't have an excuse. Get out there and do something.
Thank you so much, Naval. You have a nice day. We will catch up tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we are discussing the changing trends of public relation industry, because there's a lot of which is being changed after this pandemic. So stay tuned. I will be meeting you after a few disclaimers. Welcome back, and today we have Ritu Gupta, who is a PR expert, and we'll be discussing the trending and the change in the PR industry. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine. And again, it's so nice, so wonderful to be back every Monday on your show. Thank you.
It is our pleasure, because we discuss so profound, so good happening in PR industry. Now, the question is that there's so much change in not in PR but many other industries also after this pandemic. So how this PR is evolving, and how you see its future in coming years?
Yes, Kanchan. So PR is a very important part of any business strategy, any communication, planned communication, because PR is a planned activity. But after 2020, after the pandemic, things have changed. PR used to be one of the small aspect or the backseat of any communication plan. Any communication plan's 360-degree plan. But now it has become the whole soul important part, and the PR agencies, everyone was working from home. Things have changed so much. Now the PR has become more focused. It's become more focused. It is not only about being in news or creating some kind of a buzz, but it is more about making and creating a positive image about any company, organization, a person, an individual, and an idea. So PR has changed a lot over last, let's say, 12 months or so. And a new form of PR which has come up and which has made the things to change is digital form of PR. So since there was a research which was conducted, and India was the only country which was found to be with people reading lots of news online. Lots of people were glued on their phone on various portals, websites, various sites for news. Now, just to write a press release is not PR. You cannot give publicity to anyone just by writing a press release, publishing the press release on various media, especially in newspaper. You have to go a bit more. You have to give complete plan to your client, and that plan should have a very important aspect of digital PR, because everyone has got a smartphone in today's world, and anything we read, anything we Google, we go on our phone and check out the thing. So the PR people, the people who are paying the money, our clients, they want that they should be there on everyone's phone. So one has to give them that kind of a reach other than newspaper and broadcast.
So that means that all traditional activity which is being done by public relation, now there's a shift, and PR is also done digitally. So what is the difference? I mean, we are doing all PR strategies, they are the impact is same or little different?
You're right. There's a shift right now from the old form of PR to the new form of PR. But definitely, Kanchan, I'll say the newspaper will never die. The radio and TV PR will never die. It will definitely come back when things become okay. But there is definitely a shift, and this shift is always going to be there. It's going to be stay. And the impact is very high. The youth. Because any PR strategy which we do is focused on the youth, and the youth is tech savvy, is more tech savvy than me or you. The youth is very tech savvy, and they know the various, if they have to search out for anything, for example, they have to search out for a particular brand of clothes, or let's say for any nice eating outlet, they will go and read about it, search about it. They'll see how many pictures people have posted of that particular thing on social media. So the social media plays a very important role. If me, you, or anyone has to do a PR, we have to see the social media. That are we giving our positive image on the social media? Are we getting connected to the people who are Googling us, who are looking out for us? Are we giving them the answers? Because people, they do ask, they have their questions, they do ask you the certain queries. So you have to answer that. So social media is very important, because most of the people are not going out. They are staying at home. So anything they want to do, any kind of services they want to have, they go on social media and check about it. So you have to be positively present on social media. You have to stay connected, and you should know that how to upgrade your technology because of social media.
Well, actually, when we are talking about social media, so there are a lot of things which are changing in business scenario, of course in personal space also. But then when we are talking about social media and PR industry, so there's a shift as we were discussing, but at the same time there's a lot of advertisement which is being stitched to many of the videos. So now I'm asking you, why and what is the difference between giving an advertisement in social media and how we will be doing public relation through social media?
So giving advertising, giving commercials on social media is also a part of a marketing plan. And marketing has got various aspects, and advertising and public relations is one of the aspects. So when you advertise, it's a paid form of publicity. You are letting people know about your services and the things which you can do, and you are asking people to take advantage of their services. PR goes from here. PR makes an image, because if I see about one particular brand of shoes, or let's say one particular brand of clothes wear, I really want to know how it is going to be useful to me. So I am going to read about it more, Google about it more on social media, and I'll get to know, okay, that this particular company, this eatery, this shoe company is doing certain kind of charitable work, or they are getting positive feedback from the people, they are giving after sales services. So this is what PR is all about. You are advertising, that's a paid form, because in advertisement you're always speaking good about your product, company, organization. But in PR, you need to find the problem and give out the solution and let the world know that you have given the solution to the problem, you have resolved the problem. But then that's not that's a hard work, because you have to get people connected to you. So that's what social media is all about, and that's what digital PR, which we do through certain portals, is all about. We ask people to come on our platform, write about us, question us, we're going to answer them and put the pictures about us. This is what digital PR is all about, so that people get a very positive image about us.
Right, as you said that there's that newspaper will not go away. So the press releases are there, but alternatively, I get an idea that writing a blog or connecting to the audience through social media is as important when we are doing a public relation activity for any product launch or for any information about the product. So how it can be done? Suppose if I have a product and we want to run a campaign, a PR campaign. So what is the duration of that, should be the duration of the campaign, and how we can reach out to people through digital media?
Very correct. The newspaper is not going to be there. These medias are supporting newspaper. In fact, they have grown more than newspaper, but newspaper is always going to be there. So your second question was that you have a certain product and how you can do. See, always plan a PR campaign, whether it's online or offline, always plan it for 12 months. Plan it for 12 months, and after your fiscal gets over, you need to rebudget it. Plan for next again 12 months. So you get to know in those 12 months, you get a feedback. You get to know that whether your campaign is going right, it's going in certain direction, which you wanted it to go, or it's not going in that direction. So you have your time, you can change, upgrade yourself, make certain changes. So always plan it for 12 months. But give yourself something, buffer time also. Buffer time of 1 month less or 1 month more. And, if you need to change something in between, then you can do that. So I'll just give you one small example. There was certain hair oil, and that was being endorsed by a very, very famous top actress of 90s. I will not name her. A top actress of 90s, she was endorsing that hair oil brand, and it was all going great. The PR work was also being done very nicely through the medical community and various other things. But something happened in her personal life, which definitely left an impact, negative impact on the general public. So she was taken off from the campaign. That was in between the fiscal year. So if you have certain kind of, these kind of things happening, something fluffing happens, then you can just, you should be prepared, okay, that we can make some changes. So that you have to always be prepared about.
Definitely, because PR activity is a constant activity which has to be there for 12 years, 12 months, and which is essential. But now the thing is that there's as I told you, there's a lot of change in businesses arena, and everything is on digital, and I'm sure that digital media will enhance all the activities of marketing, advertising, and of course public relations. So going forward, what is the future you see when we are taking up digital media as a medium of PR activity? How you really visualize this?
It's a very good medium, and the things are going to be wonderful. But the people who are working in the PR industry, the PR professionals, the new joinees, everyone, they should be tech savvy. Kanchan, they should be really tech savvy, because if you are not really tech savvy, you will not be able to survive. Because I remember just 3 years back, we would go and visit 5 clients every day. Now this is not possible. So you have to make your PowerPoint presentation and professional PowerPoint presentation, call up the clients, fix the appointment online, give them the presentation, explain to them what the product is all about, why the presentation is being made. So that becomes slightly, tiring and slightly difficult. But over the time period, I see that people are going to get very good results. And I personally again want to say that everyone should become tech savvy, because this is how the country is going to run. This is how the world is going to be, because we have understood that there is a digital PR also, which can be done from our homes, we can just monitor everything sitting in our room. So, but you need to be tech savvy.
Well, rightly said, because all information is just a click away nowadays.
Yes.
We are everybody's on phone or on computer. Now, I really feel that public relation has an extended form of medium. It was already there in newspaper, and now we can take advantage of their activity in maybe 200%, what I feel, because we have a traditional medium which we had been practicing for so long. Now we have a new digital media which will reach to people directly. So that makes a lot of difference in public relation. So now we have already discussed about the case study, how to go about it. So any message you want to give to upcoming public relation professional or somebody who is establishing a agency? What is the future you really see?
The future is very good, very bright, very positive. I just want to tell the new people who are joining the public relation that just don't shoo away the old method of public relation, because we all have done that, and that was really very interesting. It is never going to die. It will be there. Perhaps it's just a matter of time, perhaps 2 years or 3 years, people would again do the same thing along with the digital PR. Number 2, you have to be tech savvy. You really need to be tech savvy, because now what I see in coming years, people are going to adopt both the methods, the traditional method and the new digital method. The work is going to be more on digitally. People are going to use more of digital media. People are going to be there more online, but there would be offline things also. So you need to know everything. The new professionals, they need to do the old method, and then they need to know the new method. And I'm sure, tech savvy. The agencies, they need to upgrade themselves. If agencies want to be there in the business, if the agencies want to be in the competition, you have to really upgrade yourself. You have to let your people employ. You give them the workshops and let them gain the knowledge also, because these are the employees who have always worked with you in good times. Now there is slightly, the times are not good for everyone. So utilize it. Give them workshops on digital media, because they know how to do, how to talk, how to communicate, what to say. It's just that they need to be tech savvy. So this is what I want to say.
Well, as usual, it is so thought-provoking discussion today, and I think audience must have listened and enjoyed our discussion. We'll be meeting again with another interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye, Ritu. See you, and you take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. And you know that the entire world is reeling over the pandemic, and there are so many patients. The hospitals are overrun by patients. There are more patients and there are less doctors, and because of that there could be some communication gaps between doctors and patients. So this is exactly what we want to discuss, how do doctors or patient improve their communication skills while everyone under pressure? Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Hello friends, let me introduce our guest today. She's joining us from London. Her name is Dr. Neha Sharma. She is very popular. She is also a beauty pageant. And today we would like to discuss about the role of smart communication, specifically between doctors and patient. So without further ado, let me present Dr. Neha to you.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And I'm very excited to speak about how to be an effective communicator, and which is a key for any healthcare professional. And I think this topic is very close to my heart because of the obvious concern which we see on a regular basis on the social media, how much it has impacted, like how much, to what extent the doctor and the patient relationship has been impacted. And somewhere I feel that this is a very hot topic, like how we can improve those things. And I feel like that communication is one of the key, which if it is being improved from both the patient side as well as from a doctor's side, then a lot of things can be prevented. So that's the whole idea of talking to you today about how to be an effective communicator.
Well, Neha, actually the issue here is that especially now when there is so much pressure on the medical system and a lot of patients are reaching the hospital, doctors usually are very polite. You know, they understand the problems of the patient, they listen to them very politely and give solution. But right now, I think everybody is so much stressed. So my question would be how doctors must still stay calm, maintain their cool, and respond to the patient in a proper way. You have any tips, guidance for the doctors?
Definitely, CK. I think the most important thing at this current moment is like this global pandemic has hit everyone equally. No, it's just not the common, the layman or the common population. It's equally very challenging and very, very traumatizing experience for the entire medical fraternity. And currently, if you see the situation, many doctors, many nurses, many healthcare professionals or the key workers, they have died serving the patient. And it is very challenging time to meet the expectation of the family when we know the situation is really very badly hit. Even in India, we can see that complete medical fraternity is right now in a situation where they're struggling. And obviously, the expectation of the patient and the family is also very high because they are concerned about their near and dear one. At the same time, there are medical concerns, there are need for hospitalization, there is need for more strict observation in the hospital. But at the same time, it's really difficult because we are running out of the resources. We are massively in manpower crisis. A lot of doctors and nurses, they're isolating as well at the same time. And those who are working on a regular basis, like, in order to cover the shift for their colleague as well, it's equally very difficult for them. So my most key or important advice for any of the healthcare professionals or even to the patient is try to be a good listener. And that is a key to be an effective communicator. And what I mean is that until we are proactive in terms of active listening, we can't be a very good or effective communicator. Only once we know how the person in front feels about his or her current condition or about his or her relative who is being brought to the hospital or to the doctor, unless until we know their genuine concern, unless until we have a habit of actively listening about their feeling, we can't give them comfort and we can't give them any further advice or suggestion which can make any change in their life. So I think the first key important thing is to be an active listener.
Well, Nehaji, the issue is that if there are many patients together and everybody's life is important and everybody needs to be saved, so the doctors are getting a lot of pressure from all sides, the lack of medicines, the lack of working staff, and more number of patients. So, what is that, they should do? But after all, end of the day, they're all human beings. They get distracted, and while your advice is to be a good listener, but I think when there are so many things happening together at the same time, how the doctors must train themselves to cope up with this situation.
I think CK, like one of the key fundamental thing for the doctors is like, obviously you have to listen, you have to be empathetic, you have to build up that rapport and trust when you're talking to the patient. You are very right in saying it is difficult, specifically if that same kind of thing is not there from the patient side or the relative side, because you can see everybody is impatient. Everybody want the treatment to happen proactive, like very quickly. They want the result. They want everything to know. But it isn't something a rocket science. It takes time even to know exactly what are the conditions, what are the cause behind this suffering, or why this patient is brought here, whether it is COVID positive or is it a COVID negative with some other comorbid condition. It takes time to come up to that conclusion that this is the diagnosis and this is the treatment for that. I think right now, the major issue is nobody has got patience. And that is the main thing which actually puts this doctor and patient relationship into more vulnerable situation. And I think it has to develop from both the side. We have to have a patience. At the same time, I think when a lot of people are coming at the same time and they all are talking, obviously we have to take a step back and we have to request them, see, this doesn't make any sense to us. We need to understand, but let's sit down together. Let's listen what is happening right now. Let's have an on table discussion about what's happening right now. What are the things and possible differential diagnosis here, like for the patient, and what will be our strategy to address this current condition. So I think it has to be in that way, but that will only come up when we have a mutual trust and when we are ready to listen to each other and to make a concrete plan in order to benefit our patient. But that has to be from the both the parties. It's not just something from the doctor's end, it has to be from the patient end as well.
Well, Neha, this is something like a crisis situation, and suddenly it has extrapolated, or I would say exponentially aggravated, and nobody is prepared for this. Doctors are not prepared for it. Patients are never having a lot of patience as we speak, but I think there is no time for training. There is no time to learn. There is no time to waste, and it's a matter of life and death. So in such a situation, I think the communication is very, very critical. But I know I've been to hospital recently for my parents, and I've seen the doctor being so calm, cool all the time. Patients will say whatever they want to say. They will vent out on the doctor. Doctor will not react. But now, for past 10 days, I am seeing a different, totally different attitude from the doctors, and there is no time for training. So how, what is your two-letter mantra for the doctors they should follow?
I think it's very hard for me to say, CK, because the situation is quite individual, like it's quite different in each scenario. I think it is a very challenging situation for everyone, and everyone is human being, and it's just not about patient being feeling like vulnerable and in a situation where the things are completely out of control. Even as a healthcare professional, at this current situation, we feel being helpless as well because we wanted to help the patient, we wanted to save their lives, but many things are not in our hand. We are trying our best, but at the same time, it is impacting us. It is impacting our mental well-being as well. And even like it's not something easy for us to have every day facing this thing for last 1 year and still being very positive in our attitude, still being very calm and composed. It is something which is like very, very draining kind of experience for everyone. But at the same time, the things which helped me, CK, which I'm saying on my personal experience, like I don't know about my other colleagues, but the thing which has helped me is I do regular meditations and yoga. I do regular exercise, and I do listen to spiritual leaders on a regular basis. For me, like I hear BK Shivani ji on a regular basis, Gaur Gopal Das ji on a regular basis, Sadhguru on a regular basis. And these three people, apart from my parents and some of my very close mentors, these are the people with whom I'm speaking regularly, and I'm sharing my views like, this is how I feel. And my husband as well, obviously, because I'm here with him for 24 hours. So it is important. It is important, even as a doctor, even as a human being, no matter what side of where you are standing, whether you are standing at a receiving end or at a giving end, to share your feeling, to share your emotion, how you feel like. Even as a doctor, it's important for you to say that, I don't feel okay with that. I'm feeling traumatized. And a lot of, I have seen even in the healthcare professionals, having that post-traumatic stress disorder after seeing so many deaths in the hospital. And it's not easy. We all are equally vulnerable. But the only thing, CK, which can prevent us is being open, being honest about our feeling, being very clear and concise in terms of our thought process, even when we are giving any sort of message to the patient, being very, very clear what is the situation, how the things are, making them realize that this is the realistic thing on the ground right now. This is how the things are going. And once we have that kind of trust, mutual respect, and a clear message exchange between the two parties, I think a lot of things can be prevented. But the first and the most important thing for any healthcare professional, I would say, is please don't ignore your mental well-being. And that is very important, because if you are mentally strong, which is very, very hard in this current situation to maintain, please be open, please share it with somebody whom you are close. And if you think you're still struggling, get a right help, because there are a lot of people, there are specialists, there are psychotherapists, there are psychiatrists as well. There's a lot of people who are there around you, or maybe your parents, maybe somebody whom you're close to, maybe your partner, maybe your close friend. But just share your feeling. Don't just keep that negative feelings to accumulate within yourself, which will impact your mental well-being. And I think this is the hour of the need, that we have to be careful about our mental well-being. At the same time, not losing our hope, having a positive attitude in life, and spreading the right cause. This is what I feel, CK, that can prevent many tragedies in future.
Absolutely, Nehaji. In fact, I think we can expect a lot from the medical, industry, especially doctors. We sometimes feel that doctors can do wonders, but we do not, we do not remember. Their end of the day, they are also one of us. They are also humans. They are also affected by emotions. So my appeal to everyone today, because these are trying times, we must develop patience, and some of the guidance that the Dr. Neha Sharma has given to fellow doctors, I think that is applicable for everyone. We must calm down, take the whatever wrong is going on in a positive stride, trying to make sure that we don't overshoot our emotions and vent it out on medical professionals or doctors. I think that is my learning from you after talking to you, Neha.
Thank you. I think God has given us one mouth, CK, and two ears. So that is for a reason. We have to listen first, we have to hear more, and we have to speak less. But at the same time, there is a difference between when we say that somebody is a talented communicator and somebody says that he's a very effective communicator. There's a difference between a talented and effective. Okay. And the main difference is an effective communicator is the one who is trustworthy, who is empathetic, who is a good listener, who understand and who believes in resolving the conflict rather than actually supporting the conflict. So if these things are there in any of the individual, I think a lot of things can be changed.
Absolutely. I think we are still reeling over the pandemic, and it's not over yet. I think we will discuss this subject once more again in future sometime, and also much more interesting subjects with you in the programs which are going to come in future. So for today, I'd like to say goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, CK. Pleasure is absolutely mine.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, what's up, friends? Welcome to Akulmach Live, and my name is Chandrakant. And today I would like to talk about the new scrappage policy, vehicle policy, which Government of India has announced recently. And I've gone through the entire policy. I tried to understand the whole thing first before I actually start bringing the hidden secrets about this policy. And this show will be very interesting because people who love cars are largely affected by this policy, and I'll tell you exactly why. Before we start discussing more about this, there is a word from our sponsors.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hey, welcome back, friends. So Inner CEO is a book that you must read, and if you are actually in a profession or any business or solopreneur, I think this book is going to give you a lot of ideas. The description to book your copy today is in the link is given in the description, and we will start our topic. Before we start, I must tell you that we are live right now on 5 social media platforms, and you can engage with us. Any questions you might have, you can just use the chat function, and it will reach to us directly, and I will respond by taking your name. So it's a pity, India never had a scrappage policy, and if you remember those days where, including myself, you get up in the morning and start cleaning your car. Even if there is a smallest dirt on the mirror of your car, you just want to get rid of that grease and get rid of that. And if there is a small dent on the car, or some sort of a dent on the car, then you don't want to sleep. You have a sleepless night. So I think that is where the lot of people who love cars will get affected with this scrappage policy. And what is the scrappage policy and why it is so important for us? Number one is that the scrappage policy will allow you to take the next leap. And when we say that it's a next leap, it's basically you use your vehicle on the road as a mode of transport rather than a mode of pride, like all of us used to feel, my car is like 20 years old, my car is 30 years old, and so on, and still it is running and it is shining and all that. So all those things we want to move on from and adapt new technologies, adapt new ways of transportation, and that is why this scrap policy has been brought in. and it is going to be helping a lot of Indians. It is going to start a circular economy. I will explain one by one all of these items. First of all, as part of the scrappage policy, there are two distinctions. One is commercial and government vehicles, and the second distinction is the private vehicles. So if you're running a commercial transport business, heavy vehicles, or you are working with the government and the government department is running those vehicles, so those are two broader classification. And since it is estimated that the government and commercial vehicles are used more than the private vehicles, because private vehicles are used only when a family wants to get out or you personally want to get out of your home or office, then it is used only for you. Whereas commercial and government vehicles are used for variety of purposes. So the scrappage policy defines that now you will be able to run government and commercial vehicle only for 15 years. And after 15 years, you need to re-register your vehicle. And when you go for re-registration of your vehicle, you have to go and get the inspection done about the fitness. So if your vehicle is fit, you can still continue re-register your vehicle with the authorities and continue to use it. But I think it's unlikely that you will be able to show that the vehicle is new, because if it is 15 years old, it's going to be old. The second thing is, for the private vehicle owners, the limit is 20 years. So you can actually use your car for 20 years. And if your car is fit enough to ply on the road, you can take a fitness certificate, get your car re-registered, and then still use it. And there are further classification that how much for how many years you can use this old vehicle. So I think first thing that we need to understand is 15 years for commercial and government vehicles and 20 years for private vehicles, and that is a free limit. Now when you go for scrapping it, there will be a lot of scrape outlets. You can go to the nearest one, which is going to be set up in next 2 years, and then the scrap yard will actually give you 4 to 6% of your vehicle price, market price, for scrapping it. So suppose you have an old vehicle, you proceed you decide to scrap it, you go to the nearest scraping point, and the scrap yard will give you 4 to 6% of the vehicle's value back to you. So you actually gain 4 to 6%. And in addition to giving you the value of the vehicle, they will also give you a certificate that you have voluntarily decided to scrap your old vehicle, and here is a certificate along with the 4 to 6% of the value of the car. Now you take that certificate and then obviously want to buy a new car. So when you buy a new car, you have to buy the car and then re-register the car with the authorities, and the registration fee, there will be a discount of 25% for private owners. Suppose you are buying a private car for your own personal use, there is a 25% discount or reduction in the fee if you show the scrap certificate. So it is important that you get your old vehicle scrapped, get the certificate, get about 4 to 6% of the old car value, get a discount in registration fees up to 25%, and if you're government, you will get 15%, or government or commercial. So you get 25% discount over there. And then if you show the same certificate to the manufacturer of the car, a new car, they will give you additional allowance of 5% discount on the new car. So I think these are win-win for everybody. People will tend to use newer technology, newer vehicles, things like electric vehicles, things like more automated vehicles, vehicles which can be controlled using your mobile devices, etc., with latest features. And there is no reason to use the older vehicle and spend a lot of money. So get the older vehicle scrapped, get value out of it, get a certificate from the scrap yard, go to buy a new car, go to the showroom and get 5% discount on the value of the new car, as well as 25% discount on the registration fee of the car. Now when it comes to the road tax, on a new car there will be zero road tax. So I think it's a win-win for everyone. This is going to start a new era because of this a simple scrap policy of Indian government. Most of the Indian will benefit because they will get better discount on adopting newer technologies, newer vehicles for themselves, mostly electric vehicles, which will be cheaper to run, cheaper to operate. There is no maintenance after 6 months or 1 month or whatever, because in commercial it is a monthly maintenance, and in a private it's like six months or 1 year. Electric cars does not require maintenance regularly. The maintenance cycle is 3 years. So you will actually go ahead and get discounted price on a newer car, and you run the electric vehicles at a lower cost, and that will save a lot of money for India. Why? Because India don't have to spend their foreign exchange, which is they can save foreign exchange reserves, and they don't have to spend that money in buying crude oil from oil producing countries, because if more and more Indians adapt to electric mode of transportation, there is no need to buy expensive crude oil from outside. So there is going to be a lot of benefit as a nation we will get. And India is such a large country, if even if 50% population move on to electric vehicles, there's going to be huge saving in terms of foreign exchange. Number two is that we will actually lead the way globally, because we are almost like 20 to 25% of the global population. So we will lead the way of showing to the world that how we can bring environment change, by adapting the newer ways of transportation. We can actually have the latest vehicles with latest technologies and also benefit the environment. So we will save the environment. We will actually add new ways of doing business. We can save the foreign exchange by just this policy which the Government of India has announced recently. By the way, for the commercial vehicles, the policy will be activated in 2023, and for personal vehicles it will be activated in 2024. So we still have time, but I think it is a very important step, because I think by changing a small policy, it will change the way we actually approach our transport infrastructure, roads, etc., and vehicles, and a dependency on fossil fuel. We actually move towards adapting newer methods, and it will also start more boost to electric car manufacturing agencies. It will also give there'll be new scrap yards for specialized in scrapping your car, older vehicles. And once this whole thing becomes very smooth and running, then it will become a system. Every 5 to 6 years, the technology will be replaced. You will have a newer car. India will move ahead at a much faster rate. You get your old vehicle, which will be in millions, scrapped, and get your new car, and you always drive the latest model. So friends, this is something which is quite important, and it's a groundbreaking change for Indian population, and it is happening after 75 years of independence. So now we can start changing the environment that we are in. We have a large population to support. I think it's very important for all of us to embrace this new policy and get ready to get our old car. However, we are in love with our car. We all love our cars. We don't want our car to be scratched. But I think intelligence is to get our old car scrapped, get all the benefits that the government is giving you, get the extra allowances, get the extra discounts, get the extra subsidy which is available on electric vehicles, and at a cheaper cost run your vehicle, which will be good for environment. So friends, with this I will end my video. Before I go, I have to talk about the sponsor of this video, which is Performance Works International. The book called Inner CEO, you must have it, and you can go down in the description. The link is in the description to register your copy or book your copy. And by the way, the audiobook is free. The ebook is only for $3. So with this, I will end for today and meet you in the next video, my friends. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we would like to discuss something about cybersecurity and why it is becoming so important. I think there has been a lot of attacks recently, and there are attacks being organized by even state players. So I don't want to talk too much in detail about that, but various agencies are being targeted. And if you are a SME owner or a startup dealing with B2B or B2C clients, then you're definitely under lot of threat of your data being stolen or copied by somebody else, specifically for those people who are actually dealing with end client. And if there are regulations about maintaining data of the end client in their data servers, and if they lose that data, there are a lot of legal liabilities. So this is a very, very important subject we want to discuss. Before we start discussion, a word on our giveaway. Akulmach works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmach Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. So friends, let me introduce our guest today. His name is Mike Bradley. He is the Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. He's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me present Mike to you.
Good afternoon, Chandra. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike. And, we always have a lot of pleasure talking to you and discussing business aspect. So today's subject is about cybersecurity, what it means post-pandemic. And so really, I'll tell you exactly where I'm coming from. There are a lot of SMEs and startups who are jumping into producing different types of apps. And app is the mantra today, where they want to go and offer different services to their clients. And therefore, cybersecurity is becoming very, very important, because the client do not have trust on these app producers. So we will revolve around this aspect of cybersecurity. I'd like to know your opinion on this.
Okay. Yeah, and of course, it's a very, very, very relevant subject. And the old adage that I always heard about as a client on security and this sort of thing is, if it's too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. So I think the first thing is, when you're offering a service, if it appears to be something that is an amazing deal, something that should usually cost $1,000 now costing $10 for a limited period, chances are that's not a safe and reliable service or product. So, the first thing is obviously to be cautious around that sort of thing. And I think it's become so prevalent that we come across security issues now. And I've actually informed my own mum, my mother, who's sort of in her 80s. I said, assume everything is a fraud. If you get sent a link by email, chances are, unless you're expecting it, don't click it, because it will take you somewhere you don't want to go. I had for instance, myself yesterday. My credit reference agency sent me a note saying a credit check has been done on your account, on your name. If this wasn't you, you can report it and get it looked into. So I followed all the links and things through my secure app and found that actually somebody had used my previous address that I'd not lived at for 4 years, and decided that I was Mrs. Michael Bradley, which I would like to tell you I'm actually not, and used that false name, used my previous address that was no longer current, to make a formal credit request on my name. And for me, how I considered, well, how coincidental is this, that this request has come a day after the retail stores have reopened. So I think it's a very relevant subject. And as you say, there's a lot of SMEs and startups offering apps and services, ways to buy things online, trade online. And we have to be very, very cautious when, as customers, we are using those services. And as you rightly say, how do you determine the credibility of a supplier? So I think it's a very relevant topic.
Well, Mike, the real crux of the situation right now is that markets are opening up in some countries. In a country like India, markets are now going to be shut because we are now waiting for a second lockdown, a major lockdown, because of the cases suddenly started increasing exponentially. So considering all that, there is a China element, things happening between state actors, between US and China. And recently you might have heard about the solar wind farm being hacked by some state actors in the US. So can you imagine a solar wind farm being hacked? And apparently the solar wind farm guys had kept their login IDs as solar wind 123. So it was very easy for anybody to hack into. Now, considering all that, there has been an attack on you. You explained. I think there are probably 100 emails all of us are getting today, and they are selling all kinds of things with very suspicious looking links which are being sent. So first thing you have to do is you have to be diligent enough and delete those. The second thing is that even if you pick up a call, there is a threat of your identity being stolen just by answering a incoming call on your mobile phone. Correct. So considering that, I think there is a big opportunity for startups and SME to get into cyber security arena. And without getting there, there will be no trust factor between their client and the services that they are providing. What
No, I
is
agree.
that you want to say about it?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and of course, trust is a major thing. I mean, the other thing is suppliers have to be reliable. I had a situation last Friday, so this is 2 within a week, right? Last Friday, I needed to contact Microsoft to sort out all the different accounts I've got and O365 and sits here and sits there, whatever. And I booked a call with Microsoft to phone me back on Tuesday at 9 a.m. UK time. So I scheduled the call, and then I get a call back from Microsoft by return. So not 3 days later, and he goes, "Oh, hello, I understand you're wanting some support from Microsoft, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Yes, but I'm not expecting this until Tuesday morning. How do I know that you are genuine and you're from Microsoft?" So actually, in the end, I didn't share the details because he wanted to do one of those remote control, take remote control of my machine to sort it out. I thought, I don't trust you, mate. I don't know that you are definitely from Microsoft. So, things like that, even a large company like Microsoft, they schedule a call, but then they don't keep to the schedule. Immediate alarm bell rings, and as you rightly said, hacking onto a solar wind farm. I was on a chain of discussion yesterday on LinkedIn about something, I think they're calling it an eSIM, which is a way now to have a soft SIM in your phone. So you never have to sort of change the hard copy SIM that you have. It's a electronic, which sounds great. We never have to worry about fiddling around with the corner of the phone again, putting in a new SIM card because it's gone daft. However, isn't that a much more hackable element? How easy would it be for somebody to hack into an eSIM, pretend to be your service provider, and grab control of your device? And these eSIMs, of course, can also be used, I think, in things like autonomous vehicles. I mean, cybersecurity in the IoT world is so fundamental. Nothing is safe in tech without major security and cross-checking on IoT devices. I was aware of come aware of a service which is patented now, but it came out of British Aerospace, is a way to secure IoT devices based upon a patented mechanism that was used in the Second World War to avoid the ability of somebody to pretend to be someone. Yeah, so you have a double check mechanism to ensure who you say you are, and I think that's what we need for IoT. We've got it for banking, of course, where you have sometimes to have a code on your phone and use that online to go into your service. I think that's going to happen everywhere. We have to have a double check each place. And then, of course, I don't know what it's like in India, but certainly within the UK, there's also a giant potential liability on people's data privacy. In the UK now, I believe there's between a £1,000 and an £8,000 liability on a company that maintains and retains privacy data. So if you're a B2B retail client, retail business, and you're holding 100,000 clients worth of banking details, you have a potential liability for that detail of up to £8,000 per data entry. Ginormous. And the average SME fine being levied against that breaching is £125,000. Not a lot of SMEs can afford that sort of fine. There is good news. There are, of course, services that help you to avoid that. There are also ways that you can protect your company by having that liability in your balance sheet. or in your profit and loss account, so you can actually defend it. But it is a major issue. I think fraud and security are the single biggest dangers we face in our electronic world these days.
Well, Mike, there is another issue that suppose you are a app provider and you are in the wellness space, for example, or you are in an EV space, or you are in a retail space, as you said. So if you don't have a proper security mechanism to protect the data, obviously there is a liability on them. At the same time, I think we are sitting on a big opportunity. And when you are coming from scale-up arena, you work globally, there are a lot of players who may be able to provide, cybersecurity, because all the cybersecurity professionals have been already taken up, or rather gobbled by the banking and financial services because of the regulator pressure. So for the businesses, there is not enough availability in the market, which can be plugged in by the cybersecurity specialist companies. What you have to say for these kind of opportunities to the network that you have?
Yeah, I think there's a huge opportunity again there, as you rightly say, not only to sort of support companies to assess their liability and to offset that. There's also, for example, we have a service on Scale Up Arena, which is available to companies that are holding significant amounts of PCI data and payment compliance. And apparently the majority of companies are being charged a fortune for their PCI compliance testing, but the majority are not actually PC compliant, because it takes a view, a bit like a balance sheet. It is a view on a particular day, and then it's audited, and then it's approved. But tomorrow morning, it might be non-compliant because something has changed. And consequently, this ongoing mechanism of monitoring somebody's compliance, that's what the service that we have on Scale Up Arena will allow to do. So and that particular company can actually provide an ongoing payment compliance mechanism for a fraction of the cost of the single entity view. So yeah, there is opportunity. There are major opportunities in the space. Like I say, I think because it's the biggest challenge, it's also the biggest opportunity. The trick then becomes credibility of suppliers. And so, the good news is with that particular one, they're already in use by people like Barclaycard. Okay, it's been developed out of a very large multinational environment with a lot of skill. So consequently, it can help with that. If any companies out on the network are concerned about their payment compliance or the cost of or their liability for, then that's, we have a company that can definitely assist in that area at reduced cost, also with the ongoing compliance capability. We also have another service on Scale Up Arena, which helps with compliance and document and agreement qualification, if you like. So it's an AI-based tool that can help with document compliance. So it will rapidly and accurately assess liabilities in an agreement, in a document, in a compliance document. Again, another service that can help with this whole nightmarish environment that we're moving into. So, the other area, of course, we help the Scale Up Arena is that we try and bring together these credible, reliable services with potential clients and prospects. So, we do that through lunch and learns, through briefings. The problem is a lot of companies don't know what they don't know. And so one of the things we do is offer these lunch and learns and briefings and one-on-one sessions where it's not a selling exercise, it's actually an education exercise, because people need to understand the impact and potential danger of these things. It's no good waiting until the data compliance people come knocking at your door saying, you've had a breach, you've lost 50,000 clients worth of information, we therefore want N million crows worth of fine from you, that is a bit too late to save the company. And also that then becomes a PR issue as well, because normally that sort of finds its way into the press, much to the joy of the competition. But actually what you need to do is preventative rather than cure. Prevention is better than cure when it comes to payment, data, customer, compliance, and security. So, ignore that at your peril, both from a personal and a corporate perspective.
Well, I think this is a great advice, and I'm sure there are viewers who are listening to this conversation and realize that there is a huge potential for partnering with Indian companies, because India is a very large marketplace, and even US is a large marketplace. So these are two large marketplaces where Scale Up Arena can help you find the new clients, especially if you are doing business in the cybersecurity space. So thank you, Mike, for speaking with us today. It has been a great learning.
Pleasure.
And we'll catch up
Been a
next
pleasure
time.
as always, Chandra.
Absolutely, Mike. It's always lovely to talk to you, and especially you live in such a beautiful beach township, and I see a lot of these pictures.
Very nice. I'm not on that beach today, but it is sunny and warm here, but not as warm as Delhi, to be sure.
Absolutely. So let's heat it up, viewers. If you're listening to this conversation, go to scaleuparena.com and sign up. There are a whole lot of opportunities waiting to happen. So Mike, thank you so much for joining us. We will catch up again next time.
Look forward to it. Take care, Chandra.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and I'm Chandrakant. We have a very interesting subject to discuss. It happened during 60s, during the Cold War years. It's going to be very interesting. And by the way, friends, this is a live session. You can actually send your comments and questions during the live show, and I will take your questions live. So this video is also sponsored by Performance Works International, and we will start our discussion after a word from Performance Works.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. the book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Well, inner CEO, what an interesting subject. You can book your copy by clicking on the description, the link in the description. But now let's start with our discussion, which is the key point here. There is a nuclear device which is lost in Himalayas and that could harm India. So let me actually take you back in 60s during the peak of the Cold War, where there were two clear blocks. One was the West and other was the communist bloc. And China as a country was one of the emerging countries. They had conducted their nuclear test, and the CIA of United States wanted to have a listening device. Given the fact that they had very primitive technology in 60s, they wanted to have a listening device put somewhere closer to the enemy. And at that point in time, they allegedly approached India, and India actually agreed to put a listening device. A huge survey was conducted where this listening device can be, put in India. And fortunately, India was also having a huge mountain range called Himalayas, and as we know that Himalayas are also known as roof of the world. So there is no better place to put a listening device at the highest point. And it was decided after a lot of survey that a mountain which is the second highest in Indian part of Himalaya, called Nanda Devi, was selected, and it is an ideal place. It has a best view over China, and they can listen to what Chinese are up to. Now they want to also keep it very covert operation, and this was also happening during the height of the Cold War, where nearly as jokingly people say that half of the world was spying on other half. So there was everybody watching everybody else, and therefore there was a listening device required, so that people can find out what China is up to. And they were actually at that point in time, China had started to flex their muscle as well after defeating India in 1962. So India agreed to be partners with the United States, and the problem is that this particular point, which was chosen to put their listening device, there were two challenges. One was somebody has to take it there and install it. And in those days, they did not had the technology of satellites and reconnaissance spy planes, etc. And they wanted to keep a tower with a listening device, with a very high powered listening device over there. So there were two problems. One was the problem of powering it, and second was taking it there and installing it. And none of the CIA guys knew how to climb mountains. And that was a problem. And that is when the CIA went ahead on a almost like a Hollywood style recruitment program, where they recruited world best mountaineers. And in the end, a team of 18 people were selected. 14 were the global, the global mountaineers, global fame. They had climbed many mountains, and 4 from India. And that became our core team of, taking this device up there on Nanda Devi mountain and put it there. Well, Nanda Devi is not a small mountain. It's a very huge mountain. It's the second highest peak in India, 5th highest in the world. And nobody has been able to climb this mountain. So it is not easy to go there and just put your tower and come back. A whole lot of planning was required. During the British Raj, Britishers tried to find a way to climb the Nanda Devi, and they were astonished and surprised that Nanda Devi as a mountain, which itself is a very huge mountain, is surrounded by 12 other peaks, as if it is actually creating a perimeter of safety around Nanda Devi. And all of these peaks are among the top 12 highest peaks in the world, in the range of 6,800 meters to up to 7,800 meters. So you can imagine, even to set up a base camp at Nanda Devi, which is at the bottom of Nanda Devi, you need to cross these very, very high mountains and very rough terrain. And they are not one, there are 12 of them. So British actually spent almost 100 years searching for finding a path going towards Nanda Devi. And after 100 years, they were able to reach the base camp. And from the base camp to the top, it is still 3,000 meters from the base camp. So they spent 100 years reaching the base camp, and then they also said that this mountain is not climbable, because by the time you reach the base camp, you are totally exhausted. You have run out of supplies and so on and so forth. There is another factor about this mountain, is it's one of the steepest mountain. It has a gradient of almost 70 to 80 degrees. So it is one of the most difficult mountain to climb. And no wonder nobody has been able to climb till date. It's very, very tough. So let's come back to our main topic about the second problem. Second problem was about giving power. Now you cannot, you have decided to take your listening device on the top of Nanda Devi, but how do you power it? And in those days, in 1965, the best technology available was the nuclear power. And it was decided that the entire setup cannot be manned, because it's obviously nobody can live there. First of all, somebody has to reach there. So it was decided that it will be unmanned and it will be powered by a nuclear reactor. The nuclear reactor is powered by plutonium. I'll tell you exactly, very briefly, because I don't want to go in depth on nuclear sciences. Uranium is a material which exists naturally as a radioactive material, but it has a very, very long half-life. It is radioactive, but it is a very slow process. And that is why uranium as it is cannot function in a nuclear reactor or in a nuclear weapon. So therefore, plutonium is an artificially created material, but it is unstable. Unlike uranium, which is stable in nature, plutonium is created inside the nuclear reactor and it is unstable. And therefore, since it is unstable, it's very, very highly radioactive. That means it decays very quickly. And that is why plutonium is used for creating fission reactors and also in nuclear weapons. So before I start on this, there is the few chat messages. I want to show the chat. It's from Mr. Syed Hussain, and he's liking what I'm telling. So thank you so much. You say that it's interesting fact. So thank you so much. If you have a question, Syed, please do not hesitate to ask also. So moving on, plutonium is generated inside the nuclear reactor, and this is the material which is very highly radioactive and is used for generating power. So in those days, a very high, a small nuclear reactor was created using plutonium, and 5 kgs of plutonium was put in that. The entire apparatus, which had to be carried through India, first bringing the entire apparatus to India was not a problem. You can bring it. And from India, it has to be carried manually to Nanda Devi base camp, and from there it has to be carried and installed at the top, at the peak of Nanda Devi. That was the plan. The whole apparatus weighed about 60 kgs. So, and a covert, because it was a spy mission, a covert, a climate was also created. Some fake stories were planted so that the Sherpas who are involved in this project do not get to know what is going on, and the mountaineering team did not had any experience or exposure of handling the nuclear reactor or even plutonium. So what the CIA did, they did actually a crash course of some of these mountaineering people who they felt are trustworthy. They were immediately given a crash course, what they're supposed to do, and 18-member team decided to go on top of Nanda Devi and put it there. But no, all of them did not knew about what had to be done. Only very few people in the team knew, were trained about this, setting up the whole apparatus at the top of Nanda Devi. So Sherpas were used to carry this very heavy equipment, 60 kgs of it. And as I told you earlier, it's a very steep climb. It is one of the most difficult mountain to climb, and nobody has been able to climb that mountain successfully so far. A small cave, put their apparatus there, which included the 5 kg of plutonium and the reactor, small reactor. And once they were satisfied that it is safe, they climbed down and they waited for weather to clear. But it took some months to find the ideal situation again. And after few months of waiting, they again tried next time. And when they reached their destination, they found that all their equipment was gone. There was no sign of it. They tried to search all across, whatever they could do. There was no sign of their equipment. The listening device, transmitter, including the reactor with the plutonium, was lost. And a lot of study was done on that, and it was found that during the blizzards and multiple earthquakes and avalanches and things like that, the reactor was actually lost in that area. And as you can imagine, as I told you in the beginning of my narration, this whole area of the mountain Nanda Devi is surrounded by 12 highest peaks of Himalayas. So this whole area is very, very difficult terrain to even monitor. And this reactor is lost somewhere in this area. And a lot of people know about it. In fact, the locals in that area in the north part of India, where the mountains, and we have been seeing a lot of landslides lately, a lot of fatalities. We have coined a word called Himalayan tsunamis. Whenever there is a flood in this part of the world, we call it Himalayan tsunami, because there is so much of water crashing down and creates a flood. So the local people who are living in this area, they started making a sort of a legend, saying that, all these things are happening because this reactor is still active and it is heating up the ice, and because of that, all these catastrophes are happening. Well, this is just urban legend. We have a normal weather change. I think it's not because of the reactor. That I think enough studies have been done why these landslides are happening. There are proper reasons given after studying. Nevertheless, the point is that CIA, United States, lost a nuclear reactor in this part of the world. And what if right now it is lost, we don't know where this reactor is. It has 5 kgs of plutonium. And what if it appears and start to heat up? Because plutonium is a very highly radioactive material. If it starts to heat up, then it will melt a lot of water. And as you can imagine, the most populous river basin is the Ganga river basin. Nearly 600 million people resides in this basin with numerous rivers. And even a couple of rivers increase their flow by a certain percentage. That increase of water flow in Ganga will create havoc in the plains, and that will create such a big tsunami in the plains this time. So there is always a fear, there is always a concern that this reactor can become active, but it is lost in such a tough terrain. Nobody can go and basically try and find out and try to disarm it. So this is some story I thought I will bring to you in a discussion today. And if you feel that you have further knowledge about this incident, you can share your comments. I'll reply each and every comment of you. And if you like the story, subscribe to our channel, or you can add if you have understanding or knowledge of any other such stories which general public is not aware of. So with this, I'll end my discussion, and I like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you next time. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about something called dark matter. Now, most of us have heard about something called dark matter, which we don't know what it is. But how do we know that it exists? So let's say when scientists were looking at the galaxy Andromeda in the 30s, they found that the motion of the galaxy is very peculiar. Why it is peculiar? Because the central, the speed of the star which exists in the center of the galaxy are moving at the same speed which are at the outside of the galaxy, which are at the edges of the galaxy. Typically, the expectation was that the center, because it has more mass, will move faster than the outside at the boundary, which will be moving slowly. So, but the scientists, when they were doing the calculations, they found that the entire galaxy is moving very rapidly, and the center is moving at x speed. At the same speed, the exterior of the galaxy is also moving. Later, it was found that most of the galaxies have these characteristics. It is pretty much like this. When you hold your hand, as you know, when we were all small kids, we used to go around by holding each other's hand. So when you hold your hand and you start going around each other, as the speed increases, you have to exert more pressure to hold yourself together with your friend. So that means if the stars are going at a faster pace in the outskirts of the galaxy, that means there is something, you need more force to pull them back and retain them in the galaxy. That's a simple logic. So where this extra mass comes from? So it turns out that the mass which is required to generate this extra force of gravity should be at least 10 to 15 times more than what we see around in the galaxies. Even if we calculate the mass of the black holes and the gas which exists in the galaxy, that mass is not sufficient to hold the galaxy together. The speed of the galaxy and the force which the galaxy creates is sufficient for all the matter to be thrown out of the galaxies. Yet it forms a specific disk shape, and it retains shape and it goes around. That means there has to be some mysterious extra gravity which is there, and that is holding the galaxy together. And as you know that the gravity is a byproduct of the mass. So that extra mass is not visible. And since it is not visible, it is known as dark matter because we don't know what it is. So what are the characteristics of dark matter theoretically? As we see, the matter interacts with each other. Matter consists of electrons, protons, quarks, neutrinos, photons. All of this matter that exists has certain certain energy, and the matter interacts with each other. For example, electron, proton, they have some interaction. And these fundamental forces are of interactions are also defined. I have covered them in a separate video. But the matter is having some sort of heat in it. So that is why the matter is slightly hot. And because it is hot, it has the ability to interact with others. The dark matter does not seem to interact with anything. It does not even interact with itself, because if it interacts with itself, there will be some reaction and we will be able to see the energy pattern of those reactions. So the dark matter does not interact with the matter, it does not interact with itself, and it does not show any sign of any sort of interaction of any kind, either nuclear or chemical or any other form of energy exchange that happens. So that means it's a cold matter. So it is probably, so more research is required on the dark matter, because we don't know what this matter consists of, what it is made of, and why it does not interact with matter or itself. Yet it is made of, the matter that we see around us is almost like 10 to 15 times more than the matter that is visible to us. So that means we cannot see this extra matter, we cannot see their reactions, it does not interact, it is just existing, and it just creates gravity. So it's very mysterious, and since it is very mysterious, we call it dark matter. There are a lot of theories about dark matter being a particle, and there are very, scientists have theorized that there are different particles, but none of these particles have been detected so far. We have tried very hard to get the particles detected, but we have not got any indication of any sort of detection into our scopes. So it's a big mystery. And yet there is another mystery, is that the matter itself is only 30%, and the rest of the 70%, which is the space that exists in space, is called dark energy. Dark energy is sort of an energy which is anti-gravity. So the dark energy, which occupies 70% of the things that we have in the space, that means majority of the space consists of dark energy. 30%, so nearly 25% is made of dark matter, and about 5%, 4.9 to be precise, is the matter that we see and from which we are made. So if you look around in the universe, we are so insignificant that we are made of only 4% of the material. Yet 96% of the material is all around us, and we don't know what it is. We don't know anything about it. We can't even see it. So this is something that I thought I'll bring you this matter and bring some clarity. I will meet you in the next video. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we have a very special program. This is called CEO Roundtable, where we have the CEOs as a panelist, and we discuss about issues which are related to business and things like that. So today we are honored to have two CEOs as panelists. One is joining us from UK, London. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to the roundtable.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody, and looking forward to a very healthy discussion.
Certainly, Naval, we are also looking forward to a very healthy discussion. So our second guest and second panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma, who is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and we are honored to have Kanchan on the roundtable. Welcome to the roundtable, Kanchan.
Thank you, CK, and hi, Neville. We look forward for a healthy and progressive discussion today.
Certainly will be.
So today's roundtable is about the human resources, and human resources is a very vast subject. So in limited time and limited duration, we would like to tackle one bit at a time, and today's discussion would be mostly around the teamwork. So as you know, it's a big challenge. People get hired in different companies, they get formed into different teams, and they get assigned different projects, and they have to execute multiple things as teams. But this is a very novel thought. When we talk about this, it looks like a very novel thought that everything is working like a clog in the machine, but it's seldom like that. So the first question that I would like to ask the panelists today is, what do the employees say about the teamwork in any organization, and does the reality align to the actual website of the company? So let me elaborate this question. The organization says that, hey, you guys have to work as a team, but the website of the company does not project that image. It gives a totally different image. So is there a correlation between actual teamwork happening in the organization and the company which is projecting themselves? So Neville, would you like to take that question first?
Well, it's always an interesting question of what we say in public on the website and what happens behind closed doors in the organisation. And I actually find it's typically the other way round. We're very supportive of things on the website, and we use all of the right buzzwords, let's say. We're a progressive company. We believe in our employees, we inspire them, we encourage them, we engage them. And then the reality of life is, when you talk to the employees, it's nothing of the sort. They're told what to do, and they just have to get on with it, so they function. So, but it's rare that we actually see the website reflecting the reality in the organization. So I think that's one thing about teamwork, that or this particular arena, in that if you're a potential recruit and you look at the website, because you don't know anyone typically in that organization, you're going to be looking at what they say about their company. And of course, when you then have done all the research, as you would do as a good interviewee, you've looked at the company, you've researched what they do, you've seen what their newspaper ads have said in the past, and then you go in for interview and you ask those questions. And that's when HR are put on the spot, because now they have to, if they're being honest, they have to reflect what's happening in the organisation. And the majority of people, I find, don't even know what's written on the website. So here's an interesting one. When someone does write things on the website, do you know, as an employee or someone in HR, do you know what's there? But I think there's a disconnect. So that's my general feeling. It's very, very rare that there's a dynamic connection between what people say on their website and what actually happens. But Kanchan, maybe you've got a different view of this, or maybe it's a similar view.
Well, I will agree with your views, because I think that website is merely information. First, an information is given to the public, and when we recruit employees, so they have fine dreams, and they go through the website, and then they come for an interview, and when they are inducted in the company, the whole story is different, because then they have to go with the core values and the concept of the company. They have to train themselves, and they have to train their working style in the company, and they have to achieve what is being given on the plate, and they have to be productive. So the teamwork starts when they join the company, and it's sometimes it is kind of forced teamwork. Is not very happily go merry kind of situation. But then if you are not working as a team in a company, so then that will be not good in a productive terms, and as well as in the progress of an employee as well as the company. So I fully agree the point which you have made, that a website doesn't reflect what is going internally in the organization?
Well, what I have seen is that people don't tend to believe the website where they have applied for a new job. There is a new portal called Glassdoor. So I'm not sure whether the Glassdoor is popular in UK, Naval, but it's very, very popular here, where it's an open platform where uh, the current employees of the company can talk anything about their current employer. So any new recruit who's trying to get into a company, I think they don't look at the website of the company to understand what these companies are selling, but they rather go on the Glassdoor and see the actual reviews of the working employees. So that is what is happening today. So it would have been better if the company has a little bit transparency in their operations, and then the Glassdoor type of websites will be out of business. Don't you think so?
Yeah, we have Glassdoor over here as well. I must admit, I've looked at it in the past, and it tends to be disgruntled employees that have been let go for one reason or another. It's an interesting approach to TripAdvisor's approach with regards to hotel and holiday stays, but the thing is, we're moving into the arena where, in the digital world, it is so transparent, and people can see that what you say in public, it better be pretty close to what happens in private. Otherwise, you will lose credibility. And organizations can't afford to do that these days. So hopefully we'll see a narrowing of the gap between what organizations say on their website and the reality inside. But you never know.
Yes.
We better move to that next question. Otherwise we'll be on websites forever.
Certainly, I think the conclusion from both panelists is that there has to be a reality check for the companies, and they have to bring transparency to their working, as well as what they do should be projected on the website. So that brings us to the next question, which is related to the selection process. So Naval, I would like to ask you, when you hire people in your company, do you follow certain selection method? And if you do follow, does it really useful?
It was interesting. I don't think the companies I worked for were typical in this arena. The departments were responsible for their own hires. So if you had a vacancy in your team, you were responsible for basically replacing that individual. Obviously, a lot of help from HR, but we had a fairly small HR function. And so consequently, it was more about the operational effectiveness. And did we have a process? Well, I had a process. I don't think we had a rigid process that was adopted throughout the organization. And it was the days before Google, so it was last century. So when I had a proper job, it was probably last century than this century. I'm as a consultant these days. And I would we would put an ad into the particular arena that we were looking for, and we would trawl through people we knew, and we would get their CVs, have a quick look at their CVs, and just literally identify 3 or 4 people that we thought were worthy of interview. And then the interview process was pretty straightforward. People have got to the interview because of the quality of the CV. Working in the oil industry, you tended to know who these people were as well, because it was a big joint venture type of arena. So it was almost alien to many other industries. So the first 5 or 10 minutes was asking about the CV, just proving the person's actually who they are, what they've said they are. And then we were delving into attitude, their behaviors, what they did under pressure. In many respects, nothing that you could get from a CV, and everything that you would get from an interview. And these interviews would only last, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They wouldn't need to be that long. There was no rigid an hour, hour and a half, and you pass the person on to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. But the ultimate one was, can that person fit in with the team? So the last interview, which typically was the second interview, would be meet the team and let the team literally pick you. If you're the one, you've normally identified one of two, or maybe it's one of three, and then it's meet the team. And it's meet the team typically in a social arena, so that your guard is down and you're relaxed and you see the real person. So I don't think that's very typical of what would go on in many companies, but it worked. So I do know in recruitment these days, my son's in recruitment, and he went through a very similar process when he was recruited into recruitment. So I thought it was quite interesting, and he literally was passed from one person to the next. So there was a consensus of opinion. It was almost like a war of attrition. So it was a full day interview. And at the end of it, they met the whole team together in a social environment. That's hard work, I mean, you try and be interviewed for 8 hours constantly, asking very similar questions put by slightly different people, so that everyone's forming a consensus. Because today, when you recruit somebody, it's an expensive exercise if you get it wrong. Just imagine all of the development you're going to be putting into that person over the next 5 or 6 months, all of the knowledge you're going to be giving them about the organization. And then all of a sudden they say, no, this isn't for me. I'm going somewhere else. So it's a really expensive exercise. So, I mean, in these post-COVID times, probably more expensive, because there are more people that potentially are out there looking for a job. It's a big arena. Sorry for taking up so much time with this one, but it is a big arena. I think recruiters need help. So we'd be interested to hear what Kanchan might have seen in her side of life as to what's happening in recruitment.
So I'll discuss or I'll tell you that I agree with a few parts of your opinion. The thing is the classification of resume and meeting a candidate and talking to them is kind of a process, and then he goes from one boss to another boss and kind of getting an opinion about the candidate. But I have seen in whole this process, there are candidates who may be little percentage wise less in communication, but well in delivery. And sometimes, and you can judge because you have an experience of interviewing and meeting so many candidates. So what classification is fine, but generally what I personally feel is that sometimes it doesn't work, because once you hire a particular person on a classification based process, but when he comes on the board, the delivery part sometimes is kind of 60-70% only. So I generally go with my gut feeling, and I am not being failed till now, because I can see that a person whom I've hired has delivered, is a productive person. And if there's some downside of that person, that can be corrected, because we organize a lot of training process, and then a person also needs some time to gel with the culture of organization and the core value of organization. So I do a classification, and I think it is important part of hiring any candidate. But also I put my feeling, my gut feeling and how long this candidate will helpful to in development of organization, and also a part of a team in the organization which is already existing.
I think that's a great way of putting it. It's a gut feel. And yeah, of course it's a gut feel. You're asking the questions and you're seeing the answers, and you can feel if that person is telling you the truth. And it's a funny thing, but you've got to experience it to actually feel it. And that means you're engaged in the conversation.
Right.
All too often, I find lots of recruiters out there are not really engaged in the discussion. They're going through, they've got a checklist of 10, 12 questions, and they just ask each question. And if they've got a satisfactory answer, there's a tick. But if they haven't got a satisfactory answer, or there's a question around the answer, they haven't got a second question. So they can't, in an interview situation, lots of young people in particular are so tense when they go into these interviews, and they're tense because they really want the job.
Correct.
And it's up to the interviewer to put that interviewee at ease, to get them relaxed, because then you get the truth. Then you get the real person.
Yeah.
So to be an interview is hard work, actually. It takes a lot of practice. And until you do that practice, you never really know where you're going. The other thing I'm also finding with recruitment is that they are over-reliant on what we would call tools, but they're not using them as tools. So, for instance, a psychometric, there's lots of psychometrics out there. And the thing about a psychometric is it's just an opinion at a point in time. Some organizations believe in these psychometrics as the way to pick their leaders going forward. And I think the message I've got for all of them is stop doing that, because they're not that good. The purpose of a psychometric, of an assessment, is to get an opinion of somebody and then have a discussion so you can find out what they really mean, what this result really means. They're good in particular instances, perhaps when you're trawling through lots and lots of people, asking them 12 questions and trying to get a consensus of what they do, how they behave. When you've got thousands of people coming through, they're good in that way, because it starts to eliminate a few. Doesn't mean to say you're going to eliminate the ones that actually were probably best suited for the job, but when you've got 1,000 applicants and you've only got 5 jobs available, it's physically impossible to interview 1,000 people.
Yeah, but actually what happens that if you go with these kind of tools, sometimes the right candidate is also being eliminated. I'm not against these kind of tools to be incorporated in the interview and HR practices. But then again, the human mind and human machine is quite complex. You can't take all these parameters to really reach out to a right candidate. That's
you're absolutely
my
right.
take.
It is, in many respects, it's a little bit of a lottery. But as you say, this is a gut feeling.
Right.
You can see something there, but the person isn't quite giving it, or they're really giving it, and you're not quite sure. Maybe this is just too well rehearsed. You can't do an AI on this. There is no sort of learning. What goes on up here is quite complicated. And of course, if you're going through lots and lots of interviews in a day or a week, you're constantly thinking of the other questions that you've given someone else, because you want to be fair to the person in front of you.
Right.
I know some organizations that literally do back-to-back interviews, no gaps. And I turned around to the head of HR and I said, that's fine for the candidate, because the candidate each time is coming in fresh. What about your interviewer? Why don't you give them like
10 minutes to recharge, because that last interview could have been really hard, very taxing. If it's really taxing, when you're trying to pull teeth out of the candidate, give me something that I can push you on to take the next step. That's really hard. It's draining. It's not physically draining, but it's mentally draining. And we all know that after 8 hours of mental exhaustion, you're exhausted. It's almost like running a marathon.
Yes, very much true.
So we all need, if we're into this interview arena, as I'm sure a lot of people will be, take 5-10 minutes out in between, just recharge the batteries, go for a walk, have a cup of tea or coffee, glass of water or something, and really focus on the next candidate. So it's almost like you wind down and then you wind up again. That takes time.
I remember my own experience. In one of my corporate career, I was promoted, and then I was asked to find my replacement before I move on to the next role. So I knew exactly what was a job, and I selected 25 candidates. So I spent so much time, making sure that the right candidates are on the table for taking over my role so that I can move forward in my life. And surprisingly, like anything else, even HR has their own jargons. So they come up with all these processes, systems, and all that different methodologies. And out of this 25 people, only 2 candidates cleared the qualification round. And the one guy who actually got selected left the job after 2 months because he didn't fit in. So, I'm very happy to handle this panel today where both panelists, both CEOs are agreeing to what we are discussing today. So it's a fun for me. So this brings me to the third question. Naval, I would like to ask you that is, do you promote the team behavior? And as per your, gut feel or your intuition, what is the ideal team player in your company?
That's a really good question. A team player is a leader that stands up when they need to. So we're all, if you've got a team of 10 people, you're in there for a reason. Sometimes you should be in thoughtful mode, listening, reacting, just generally contributing. On other occasions, you need to be out there saying things, inspiring the rest of the team, being encouraged to give your opinion, because that's how the team works. Like anything else, if they're my team, then in other people's language, then I'm the leader. But that doesn't mean that I lead all the time. It means that I want all of the others to contribute at the level that they feel comfortable at contributing. And then it's up to me and the rest of the team to push people into contributing at a slightly higher pace. Because next time, you want them to form the team. You want them to be proactive. That's how we all grow. That sounds like utopia, but actually in practice, it can be done very simply. When you've got a project, you just bring everyone in together and say, okay, this is what we've been asked to do. Have we got any experience of what we can bring in quickly? How are we going to approach this? Is this going to be a distraction from what we're doing? You just keep asking questions to each of the people in the team and getting them to come forward. So I look for people that are going to contribute. It's as simple as that, really. And feel confident in the contribution and know that if they say something that sounds a bit stupid, perhaps, no one criticizes them. It's all constructive. We might have a laugh and a joke. There might be a bit of banter. So you do need people that have got some resilience. There's a level of business banter that always goes on, If it gets into anywhere close to bullying, then you stop it. You nip that in the bud. But some banter's very healthy. You know, it creates good team adhesion. So the simple answer is I'd like people to want to grow. Personally, it's fine. You know, as a potential leader, well, that's ideal. But not everybody wants to grow and move up the ladder, and you just have to acknowledge that and accept it.
So I think the second part of this question is you have identified a very nice person to lead a team, and you are thoroughly convinced that now this is the person, a male or a female is going to lead the team. But in your experience, do you always see the team leader connected with the team or behaving like a team leader all the time?
It's varied experience, really. Sometimes I haven't been connected with the team. You know, my mind hasn't quite been there, and then I've had to readjust and reset, and apologise and say, guys, sorry, I wasn't there. You know, I will be there now. So the simple fact is, if you're not engaged with the team, you know, commitment is 100% really. So if you're in a team room, if you brought the team together, no mobiles, nothing, unless there's someone, you know, a family member that's critically ill or something like that, something's catastrophic happened in your life, that time is now for the team. My focused energy needs to be in that team room, not what am I having for dinner, who am I playing golf with this weekend. You know, that's not being a team player. That's thinking about other things. You just need to be focused. And once teams are engaged and focused, then I always see great results. So the key to leadership really is to make sure that cohesion happens. So a chairman of a boardroom, you know, the chairman's got one role: making sure everyone is contributing, following the agenda, keeping to time. Is the chairman's role to make decisions? No. That's the chairperson's role. If they still call it chairman over here, despite the fact it's chairperson these days, politically correct. But their role is literally just to keep cohesion, make sure things happen. They may not agree with the decisions that have been made around the table, but in that arena, the chairperson has only got one vote. If you're a team leader and you feel that the team isn't making the right decision, voice your opinion and just say, we seem to be going down a track that I wasn't expecting here. You know, can we consider this and this and this? And maybe, you know, maybe they're so far ahead, you're on the wrong track. You know, you have to recognize that, you know, the team might just grab hold of something and start running in a completely different direction. And that's the right direction. In which case, you've asked the question, go with it. Because this is, you know, this is like a consensus. This isn't a dictatorship. So yeah, I've seen good and I've seen bad. But when they all come together, when they really actively, positively working together, boy, do you get some great results.
I think what you're saying is really speaking from the heart, and you know, it's a great learning for our viewers and for me. You know, how to handle a team, how to inculcate the leadership quality, keep changing the leader, have a rotation, because every time each person cannot behave like a leader. So there are a whole lot of discussions and the good points came out from this discussion from the panel. And we're quite honored to have Naval and Kanchan on the panel today. We learned a lot from both of you, and you know, we will, you know, welcome you in other CEO roundtable in future again. But thank you so much for joining us, Naval from London and Kanchan from India. Thank you so much for joining today.
Thanks.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. This week we will talk about the events which unfolded in our legal system within 14 hours, 14 to 15 hours, during the mayhem and the rioting that was happening in the northeast part of Delhi, soon after Trump left. So this issue is not related to the writing itself. It is related to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Now let me give a little bit background about this particular judge. He has, or rather Judge Muralidharan has given some of the remarkable judgments which has profound effect on the Indian legal system and Indian society by and large. He is the perfect judge. He has thorough knowledge of the law and he is also implementing it thoroughly. He is one of the top luminary as far as legal systems are concerned. Justice Muralidharan was transferred uh, after giving a verdict against the Delhi police, and which was then utilized by a lot of political parties, and it was all in the media and so on. So I just want to dissect this particular event so that and give my own analytics on how it happened and what happened during that 14 hours. So when the rioting was going on in northeast part of Delhi, there is a lawyer. In fact, there are activists. I don't want to tell their complete name. I just use their last name only, surnames, which is father and daughter Mandars. Their surname is Mandars. So the daughter Mandar gave a petition related to the law and order situation in northeast part of Delhi, and there was writing, and petition is about safety security of people. Ideally, this such a petition should have gone to Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, but on that day, Justice Patel was on vacation, and then through the legal process of how the cases are distributed in Delhi High Court, it landed in the court of Justice Muralidharan. So he listened to this argument, and there was, since it was a grave situation in north east part of Delhi, he decided to hear the case in the middle of the night at his residence. So, which is also a normal practice, that in case of emergencies, the judges open cases in their residence, and they call the staff and also sometimes other judges just in case. So Justice Muralidharan heard the case, opened the case, and gave judgment at 1:30 in the middle of the night. And the judgment is about instructing Delhi police to provide protection to people, which is fair. As far as legal system is concerned, this is absolutely fair. And the follow-up date was given on the same day, which is like 1:30 in the night, at around 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12, when the next hearing was set up. And while this case was being heard, just before that, the father advocate Mandar gave another petition related to the same event. So now there are two petitions related to the arson, mayhem, and rioting which is happening in northeast part of Delhi. And hearing all this from the legal standpoint, the justice gave a order or his verdict saying that Delhi police responsibility is to provide protection to people and ensure that these things are calmed down. while giving these things, this kind of a judgment, they also the judge also used words like unprofessionalism on account of Delhi police, etc., etc., which is also fair. And from legal standpoint, this is what you know judge felt at that point in time based on hearing both the parties. And the next date was set up, and that means the judge gave 24 hours to Delhi police, since the situation was so grave at that point in time, that within 24 hours you should submit your response, saying that why you have done the work professionally and what is the situation. Now, at that point in time, we all know, we have heard the news that Delhi police was really having a lot of tough time. They were losing their officers, police officers. In fact, there was so much news about this attack on police officers with acids and stuff like that. So I don't want to talk too much about the mayhem part of it, but nutshell, I want to say that Delhi police was having a really tough time at that point in time, and on top of it, the legal system is basically sort of putting a lot of pressure on Delhi police to give an appropriate response when they are fighting for their lives, and they have so much pressure that they have to bring the calmness. They were basically announcing in that area that announcing and asking people to calm down and go back to their home. At the same time, they were trying to not use lethal options like firing and stuff like that. They didn't do it, and they were losing their officers. So in such a situation, I think Delhi police really played a very vital role in controlling the whole thing, and they didn't want the morale of their officers come down, because if that would have come down, then situation would have become very, very grave at that point in time. So ensuring that the morale of Delhi police is always kept up, the government of India transferred this judge. Now let me take you back a little bit in time. This judge, Justice Muralidharan, was actually transferred on February 12th, much before all this happened, much before Trump came to India, much before the mayhem started and blah blah. It's like 2 weeks back he was transferred. The process is that the collegium, which is the group of judges in Supreme Court, they decide which judge will work where, and this collegium had decided based on their pressures and what is needed where. The collegium decided that along with three other judges, Justice Muralidharan will also be transferred. So Justice Muralidharan was transferred to Punjab and Haryana High Court in Chandigarh on February 12th. But in order to exercise this transfer, the government had to notify, and they were taking it easy and so on and so forth, and the consent of judge was also taken before the transfer. So it happened as per the book, as per the legal system, as per the consent given by everyone, which is all the senior judges, the collegium, which is a collective of judges, and also the judge who were transferred. So in this case, there are 4 judges who are transferred, including Justice Muralidharan. All of them have given their consent to get transferred. Now, having said that, when this judgment came where Delhi police was pulled up, the government notified the transfer. That means, as per the process, whatever judgment any judge gives on that day, if he is transferred on that same day, all the judgments are null and void. So I think it was on the part very important activity that government of India had to do in order to keep the morale of Delhi police high, is to just make sure that the judgment which is sort of negative in favor of Delhi police does not affect their morale. So they transferred the judge, because anyway the judge is transferred. All they had to do is basically notify this order. They notified, and consequently all the judgments given by in the middle of the night at 1:30 and also in the afternoon at 2:30 on the same day are null and void. Basically, there is no follow-up. This particular judge cannot make a follow-up. Hence, the Delhi police now get at least 6 weeks to respond, not one day. So now everything is fallen in place. Delhi police has enough time. Delhi police has filed a lot of FIRs. They are investigating, and they can submit a proper response. So, that is what they needed also. So this is what has happened last week with regard to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Even though it has been politicized, but I don't think the political parties have any legal standpoint. They can just make noise and they can probably fool some people. But as far as legal system is concerned, as far as the process is concerned, there's nothing wrong in doing this. And Government of India ensured that the morale of police, which was very important at that point in time, is also kept high. So this is my analysis on this issue. I will meet you again tomorrow with some more analytics. Till then, bye bye.
Welcome back, friends. And as you know that we have started a very special group called What You Should Have Learned in School, but You Didn't. And we have our first session coming up on this Friday. This particular event will be co-hosted by myself as well as my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund. So we want to give you a little taste of what things that we will discuss in the group. And to do that, let me invite my friend Naval into the discussion.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. CK, you mentioned a word there twice. Friend. My friend from the UK, and good morning, friends. That's one thing we could have learned at school, how to make friends, how to keep friends, how to be a good friend. But we didn't really learn it, did we? We weren't taught it. The teacher didn't say, we're going to learn today how to be a friend. Did your teachers ever say that?
Unfortunately, none of the teachers said you have to be a good friend. In fact, they said if you are too good with each other, you are making too much noise, so separate it out.
Exactly. And stop talking to your friend. And you've got plenty of time in the playground to be a friend. So it wasn't no friends, being a friend, making friends, having friends, keeping friends wasn't important, but it was for the playground. It was for outside the lesson. In other words, you had to learn it for yourself. And the thing is, the majority of people just went along and they made friends, but there was no plan, there was no pattern, there was no reason, there was no chemistry that you understood of why you're making that person a friend, and more importantly, how to keep that friendship. And of course, this next question, CK, how many friends have you got from your primary school?
Well, I think you hit the hammer on the nail head, and I don't have anyone which I remember that I studied. In fact, I had very close friends when I was in the primary school. I remember at least 3 names, and I've tried to search out their whereabouts, and I've failed so far.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? And you ask many men that question, and it's very rare that you've kept a friend that you've met at school. You may have kept a friend that you met in your street and then went to school, but it's pretty rare that you kept a friendship going with people that you met at school. However, women are very different. They keep their friendships, they make their friendships. There's deeper bonds with friendships, and they've got a chemistry that men don't have. So come along on Friday, and we're going to be talking about all these things that you should have learned at school but didn't. So come along, let's have some fun.
Friends, I think this is just a precursor of what we are going to discuss on this coming Friday between 4 p.m. 5 p.m. India time, and this is going to be very, very interesting. So please join in. It is going to be open forum. You will be able to ask questions live, and also ask anything that you want from Mr. Naval Gund, who is going to be the main chairperson of our discussion. So thank you, Naval, for coming live with us. We will catch up again tomorrow before Friday on our usual show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Cheerio. Have a good day, everybody.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmach Live, and I am Chandrakant. As the economy is now opening up, most of the countries are going on a major vaccination drive, and that is protecting a lot of people from getting COVID-19 in future. Or even if they get COVID-19, it will not be so severe. It will not be dangerous to life. So therefore, people are now getting into groove of restarting economy, restarting their processes and business. And that has given rise to a new way of working, which is called hybrid work environment. Now, to discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very senior, very distinguished person joining us from Singapore. Before I start the discussion, I have to tell you that there is this QR code on the screen. All you have to do is point your mobile phone camera on this QR code and you will get connected with us instantly. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be taking a short break and join back with a guest. Welcome back, friends, and we have a very special topic to discuss, which is related to hybrid working. And for this discussion, I will be joined by a very senior person from our industry, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom, and she is joining us today from Singapore. So welcome to the show, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Always a pleasure to be back, and I am so looking forward to this conversation. What do you have in mind?
Well, Farida, we are all working from home, and there is an emergence of many different kinds of techniques and tools today. At the same time, we have been hearing about something called hybrid working or hybrid workforce. So can you explain from your point of view, what does it mean? What is the meaning of hybrid working and how does it benefit the enterprises?
Okay, excellent. I think I need 7 hours to talk about this because this is a topic we have been talking a lot nowadays, but let me try to do it in an efficient, timely manner. So what is hybrid working? So in my mind, hybrid is when you actually can have a mix of working from home and office. However, in reality, for the last year plus, most of us have been working from home. And the question is that, is this something that will actually go on? I do have a slightly different expectation as well as a slightly different opinion on this, but it really depends how things go, in the future. But with the vaccination rates going really high and most countries trying to vaccinate as quickly as possible, I think hybrid working will stay, but not to the extent that everybody is expecting.
So yesterday I was, just doing my usual work, and I got contacted by the country head of WeWork. And as you know, WeWork has been acquired and they had a booming business. In fact, a listed company in the US. And they are saying that, hey, why don't you come over to our business center and for free, no strings attached, just start your operations. And then I told him, look, lots have happened in last 2 years and we have migrated our entire business onto digital platforms. So thank you for the offer, but I don't see a need to get into physical world at this point in time. So if that is the case today for a small, medium company like our company, how this hybrid workforce will benefit? In the sense that there is no physical activity which are being promoted right now. At least at least 60% of the business are actually going digital today. So what we have to do to get into hybrid work?
I think, look, the thing is that small and medium enterprises probably tasted blood. So, they kind of realize in this 1 year that it's possible to still continue running your business with some adjustments without having a physical space. So, I think that is something which is here to stay. But when you look at large corporations, I don't think that will continue to be so much about you can work from home, because what happens is that if you are in a job which requires you to constantly, meet with people and, brainstorm in person, etc., then that is impacted quite a bit if you are working in isolation. So larger organizations will not really kind of, allow this for very long. There are organizations which are pretty much, like B2C companies, or rather, their audience is B2C, but the business is B2B. If you look at large companies like Twitter, etc., they probably will go into, maybe permanent, remote, permanent, hybrid, because for them, it's important that they are able to, get talent across the world. The talent is able to deliver what they need across the world, but they don't necessarily need to kind of invest in a large physical presence. They could still have smaller offices. But if you look at, say, for instance, banks, it is very difficult to do quality control, say, for a large bank's customer call center. It is very difficult to manage the quality. If you look at large markets like India, and I'm sure you and a lot of our viewers probably have experienced that customer service probably has dipped the scale, really, really south, because there is just no control. If people are working from home, one, there is no motivation. Two, it is really, troublesome to kind of manage the quality. There is, people could do anything, and it's just too much of a volume to start picking up where someone faltered or, what was not right. So unless somebody raises a complaint, it will never come to light. So those are situations I don't think hybrid or, remote is going to continue for very long. Even if you look at, say, staff, say in a travel agency, it is very difficult to, continue working from home, because again, it is all about, the ability to engage and the pricing and things like that, which is very difficult to keep looking at 5 screens, not have anybody to kind of, consult or discuss. So I think slowly, as the vaccination rates go higher, in a year or so, we will be seeing a lot of large organizations moving back to offices, and hybrid might not stay like a permanent thing. It would be kind of, something which will be more acceptable, but it might not be the norm.
All right. So, in order to get into hybrid work arena, is there something that we need to prepare as a professional?
I think you mentioned the example of WeWork. So a lot of these, hybrid type of centers where you have an office when you need it, and otherwise you can pretty much continue working from the location you are at. For instance, I like to work by my pool, and I don't think any office can offer that. But that is in jest. But in reality, yes, I think for smaller businesses specifically, when you start going back, meeting with people, etc., probably it might be useful to have some kind of a place which is available, because a lot of small businesses, which I kind of keep reading and talking to business owners, they have completed their lease of their premises and they have actually handed it back to the landlords. A lot of them don't want to renew it because they don't know when they will be back in offices and if they actually want to go back to offices. So this is an excellent time to figure out what are the possibilities. So you have the likes of WeWork, Regis, ServCop. These are the larger names, and then in a lot of cities you have local communities which come up, which give you access to coffee shops and stuff like that. But that is more for informal meeting when you need a community to be with someone. But if you really need an office space sometimes to meet with your clients and stuff, it might be useful to start looking at those options now, because it's always demand that drives the pricing as well. So when everybody is going to go back to them, they might become as expensive as having your own offices. So it might be a good time to start thinking about whether you want to commit at this point in time, because again, the COVID situation has lasted long, but it's not going to continue forever. As the vaccination rates go up, and economy start opening up, travel starts opening up, we will eventually start going back to offices, because I don't think I am prepared to work one more year with a 7-year-old shouting in my background. I think I will completely go mad. So it's also for your own mental peace that you want to have a dedicated workspace. Right now we all do it because that is the only choice that we have. But even from a choice perspective, people will prefer going back to offices, and employers will want the staff to come back to offices as well.
I think there are even features that I've heard of, which is coming in the actual scenario, and that is pay-per-use model. So now the business centers are also experimenting with this new payment plans, which is pay-per-use, even including WeWork and a lot of others like CBRE and a lot of other business centers. So I think that is also coming up. But I think the whole objection to this as a professional that I have is that now most of the business is going digital. So will it make any sense to kickstart the physical operations for digital players?
Probably not. Probably not, because as a digital player, you also need to walk the talk and make sure that you are able to give that confidence to your end user that this can be managed digitally completely. So, but again, these businesses did not exist in this actual form 3-4 years back. Now, as we go into the future, yes, a lot of businesses will become digital, but you can't just do away with complete requirement of brick and mortar. So like I said, for SMEs, the dynamics would be very different. The world for which we actually prepared ourselves no longer exists. It's changed completely. And so will our, engagement with business, our way of running the business is going to change as well. But for larger organizations, I think it is still a distant future. Just because you can work from home doesn't mean you will be allowed to forever. Yeah.
So Farida, in case of a hybrid business model for a larger organization, what will be the emerging model for next 6 months or 1 year? Is it like once a month you have to visit the office, or you have to visit once a week? What is the trend that you see globally?
Okay, yeah, I think trend is a better response to this, because I definitely can't decide how they are going to work or not give my opinion as to what I think. But I think what I'm seeing largely is that offices, where people are going back to offices, they are allowing like 50% capacity, depending on the country that you are in. They are allowing 50% capacity or 30% capacity, or alternate day working. So I have a feeling that for the next one year at least, it would be like a 50-50. So people would work from home half the time, and then probably be present in physical locations half the time. But this is only for very large enterprises. I'm not talking about SMEs, because SMEs probably want to use that money that they use for a physical office towards business expansion and building the digital capabilities, because that is the future any which ways. So I think with large offices, I do see an exceedingly rising trend that, things like, say, for instance, finance, which can be done from home, but it is not preferably, it's not a preferred model, because you still want the finance team to sit inside the office and do things, because otherwise there is no control. There is no governance. Operations, for instance, it can be done from home, but then you still prefer the team to be on site to make sure that things are run smoothly and there is coordination between different colleagues. Also, what happens is that, see, for some things like, say, for instance, product management, these could be easily done from home. But then again, of course, we are living in a global world, so people work at their own times. And I, in fact, sometimes get emails. Like last night, I got an email from a senior partner in one of the big four saying that I work at my own time. Don't be compelled to reply outside of office hours. And people have started putting this kind of a tagline, in their signature. So still, like for instance, if it is a very local thing, then you still need to work within those time frames. And when people work from home, it is you work from home, work at home. So there is, like no actual distancing. Like I have my daughter, dancing behind me in a Barbie dress in a lot of my meetings. And unfortunately, I can't do anything about it because there is just no distinction between when you're working and when you are at home. So that also kind of starts taking a toll on, people, because you are working 24/7. And now since, people work from home, if somebody reaches out to you on email, the tendency is to just pick up your phone and answer immediately because you want to just respond to that email, WhatsApp, and whatever signal, and I mean, how many things have sprung up. Yeah. So I think for that distinction and for people's, mental health also, it's necessary that people start going back to work sooner or later.
So Farida, now we are moving into the new scenario where there'll be a hybrid work environment. And we have been hearing that most of the jobs will also get into a contractual kind of jobs. So with this hybrid work environment, will it have any impact on our job contracts?
I think yes. Increasingly, I am actually seeing that there have been firstly subtle and then gradual kind of changes in the contracts. Like a client of mine, I saw one of the recent contracts from them. They are offering a $400 stipend addition to the salary as a work from home benefit. Right now you get work from home benefits, but I think increasingly these contracts will start looking very different, because if hybrid is going to be the next wave of working and work life, or remote work is going to be the next best thing, then there is no way to kind of gauge how a person is going to perform, and you will only be able to see the results. So, lot of the pay would be tied to results. Today, still, people are being paid for their time, not for the results. But I think that thing is going to change in future. So we are eventually, even moving away from manager as a driver of performance to curator of results. And that is going to reflect in the pay scales as well. So maybe the fixed pay probably could start going down, and, a lot of remuneration could be linked to results.
So the question that I have now is regarding your organization. What sort of role your company, or what sort of change your organization is looking towards leveraging this particular opportunity that is visible?
Oh, this is like, a consultant's dream, because the possibilities are, kind of endless. If I start unfolding all the reels of imagination that I have, then I can see so many possibilities. But very quickly, where we play a role is one, helping our clients adapt to this new way of working, because a lot of our clients are actually small and medium enterprises who probably, have worked hybrid or remote for almost a year, but still there is a lot that they need to do in terms of getting all this together and piecing these pieces together, so stringing them together. Like for instance, sometimes they do not know what is their business continuity plan, because now it is not a physical office where you have a different server room and things like that. So we work with them to kind of make sure that we help them to understand that who are people who will take over each other's job, because you are all in a remote world and it's very difficult to understand what the other person is doing. So help them and train them to be ready, future ready. That is one thing. The other thing is basically optimize resource allocation. Again, in a remote world, it's very difficult to optimize resource allocation, because sometimes it could be one person is overburdened and another colleague might not have enough on their plate. So we help them understand what is the actual resource capability and how to reallocate work depending on the capacity. So it's like an airline where you make sure that all the seats are sold. They might be sold at a much lesser price, but you want to optimize the capacity. So we help them with doing things which will help them to, kind of be a forward looking organization and understand how to leverage what they already have rather than going and building something. So to kind of, bring all this together, our service does not go and replace something that the client already has. Our service goes and fits in beautifully within their ecosystem, helping them to leverage their ecosystem better.
So it was very nice to talk to you, Farida, today, and I wish you all the best for the successes that your organization is looking forward, leveraging the hybrid work environment in the future or for next 1 or 2 years. It has been a pleasure of mine, and we look forward to meeting you once again for something more interesting in future.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure, CK, to be back on your show. And to all the viewers who are watching, stay well, stay happy, stay healthy. This is not forever. We don't know till when, this situation is going to last, but the glass is half full because a mask is better than ICU. Home is better than the hospital. So stay safe. Thank you.